I think I'm going to disappoint everyone with this session, regardless. So.
I mean, that's a good way to change the screen. Which is quite funny because you saying that you're going to disappoint everyone this session literally happened as I changed the screen, so everyone can hear you say that in its entirety and its glory.
I live to be a disappointment.
I don't know. I think it could go either way this session. Mostly because the boys are far away from you at the moment, so can't immediately kill you.
Alright, speedrun kill Markusar, any percent.
Please don't speedrun kill Markusar. I have interesting things in Haledon too, you know, not just.
Wait, I think I could win that. I could win that 90% kill Markusar.
You can't kill me. I'll kill myself.
That's from something.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. Might be.
It's a Tomska kit. You can't kill me.
Yeah.
Or I'll kill
Christmas
myself.
one. Christmas painting.
Is it not the?
I can't remember the name.
Is it not the painting episode?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, where it's like it's the
crab sticks.
Yeah, it's like the alphabet and asymmetric cat and.
He's thinking about the Holocaust.
I hate it.
Oh.
That's a throwback.
It's also a joke from Blazing Saddles when the black sheriff shows up in town and everyone's like scared of him and he points a gun to his head and he's like, everyone stand back, or the gets it.
Oh no! Oh no!
Such an obscure reference. I've not actually seen that movie in ages. I watched it with my dad when I was young.
Terrible and amazing.
As today we're, I guess, starting a little bit differently, but for now I will welcome you all back to Twisted Fates. As always, I am Emily, your Dungeon Master, and these are my boys. However, they are rather divided this session, as we have our group of 3 with Craig.
Hello.
Ewan.
Hello.
And Matthew.
Hey.
And then, as always, off to the corner on his own, it's Paul.
Hello.
I mean, to be fair, the 3 of us who are still together are getting on better and better every single session.
That is true.
It's just every single session we
like,
get less on and on with Markusar.
The 3 of you are bonding, and you're starting to form connections with one another, and you are forming connections with Markusar. They're just not positive.
I wish to change that.
That is true. Yeah, we are hoping for a turnaround at some point, but we'll see. We'll see. The only thing we actually have to, I guess, say today is more of a celebration, as we managed to defeat the curse of episode 9.
Let's go!
And we're now officially in double digits.
Yo, episode 10? What?
We are now officially on session 10. Which is a big thing for us, because we never seem to get past session 9. And last session 9 was... It had some flaws.
One or two.
Which made it a pain in the butt. So I'm hoping
now,
that
are you recording? Are you recording?
I am, yes.
Thank God.
I'm just I'm refusing to touch any of the audio, so we can fix all that in post.
It's the clip of the guy going, now this is epic. Attention, all Dungeons and Dragons gamers.
Oh no.
The session is about to begin.
With a recap, actually. Considering we did have quite an eventful last session. Didn't we, Markusar?
I don't want to talk about it.
Good times! Everything was good times.
Good times.
Just a bit of banter with the lads, you know, a little bit of child death, little bit of innocent people dying, you know, just bants with the lads.
The party arrived in Summerhost.
The Green Hand don't do pub crawls. They just go from ranch to ranch murdering people.
They commit random acts of violence.
To discover this very fact, they didn't get a very warm welcome, but they did learn that the Green Hand, they already had their suspicions that perhaps it was a little bit more extreme in their beliefs, certainly with regards to Markusar and talking a lot about religion and their journeys. They did learn that some of the things that the Green Hand did were less than desirable, including, but not limited to, murder. Well, accidental murder, going back to the semantics of murder or manslaughter.
Yeah.
Manslaughter didn't exist in medieval times. It's still murder.
It's still
Neither did
murder,
Dragonborn. Let's not take this seriously.
They, other than, I guess, becoming a little bit more confrontational with Markusar, they did actually learn a little bit about Summerhost itself. They delivered the writ that Lucius gave them to the Lord, and from that the Lord said that he would happily help, but he had to deal with his own matters first. That led to, again, a heated conversation, which Markusar stormed out on. But it did end up with Eidolon, Ranaagash and Wulfric offering their assistance to the Lord to essentially go and investigate and hopefully put an end to the Forest of Haledon interfering in Summerhost's progression. Strange melodic tunes luring people from their homes and taking them into the woods, and the woods themselves attacking people and killing them. They kind of learned all they could about that, as not a lot of people in the town really knew much about it, as rightfully so. There was a curfew put in place and no one really wanted to go into Haledon whilst all this was going on. So they kind of changed their perspective and learned, I guess, a little bit more about the Green Hand, hence learning about an incident known as the Night at Avon Ranch, which didn't look too fondly on Markusar, let's put it that way. But it kind of left the party very split, as Eidolon, needing to step out for a breath, went to go and apologise to a woman he bumped into, which was a relatively interesting encounter that now everyone ships.
Actually, those three do.
What's the ship name? Is it Eidolon?
No, that sounds awful.
It doesn't really work because they both begin with E.
Yeah.
So it's
I'm just using it to clown on them.
Getting some equal footing, Wulfric, Ranaagash and Markusar went to the barracks where they met the captain Cassandra, but there I guess they kind of learned a little bit more about Markusar himself, what he gets up to, his history in Summerhost, which saw the Dragonborn again storm out. And that's kind of where our party was left, as Eidolon, Ranaagash and Wulfric met back up, divvied their information, and Markusar instead went to the small general store in Summerhost, where he met up with one of his own friends, or old friends, a dwarf named Dryads, who the party had encountered previously, but not in the most positive light. He was being arrested. But he then left to Haledon, leaving the others in Summerhost. There was a lot more ins and outs of that, and a lot more shouting and some fantastic lectures from Ewan, but if you do want to hear those, I would advise go and watch it, because I genuinely cannot do it justice in a recap, because especially the end of the first half of last episode, it is literally on point.
Best bit of RP I've ever experienced. It was me getting shouted at.
It was you getting shouted at, but it was some good shit.
Yeah.
But before we're jumping back to Eidolon, Ranaagash and Wulfric and Summerhost, we're actually going to jump to the Forest of Haledon, where, whilst the sun is still high in the sky, whilst it's still kind of getting into the late afternoon, we're going to join Markusar and Dryads as they make their way through the trails and through the forests towards the camp, or the encampment of the Green Hand, situated not too far from the Glades of the Standing Stones. So, as you come into camp, Markusar, as you've walked with Dryads, probably catching him up quite a bit on, I guess, not so much your adventures, but more what you've found out, as that's kind of the more important aspect to the progression of the Green Hand. Though I can imagine you've probably thrown in some tales on your journey.
Wulfric fighting in the tournament. Eidolon bringing that wizard, whatever he was, to justice, and then he ran away.
But as you come into camp, not much has changed since you've left it. It's only been maybe a month and a half since you left, and everything is pretty much the same. There are a few more tarps and tents. You can see a few more, I guess, people have kind of settled and moved in, either got bedrolls amongst campfires or have kind of stationed their own kind of very simple tents around several other campfires. As you break through the tree line and come into camp, very, I guess, happily, excitedly, enthusiastically, you are more accosted with members of your flock. Younger members, like the kids, who are, I guess, a lot more fond of you and Dryads, more seeing Dryads and then seeing you, as you are quite quickly, I guess, surrounded, where the kids welcome you back with open arms, and even their parents and other members of the group start to welcome you back.
I embrace each and every one of them. doing like general like nice. Oh, how have you been? Oh, how are you doing? Well, oh wow, how tall are you getting? All that kind of stuff for the kids.
As you begin to kind of move your way through camp, almost kind of, I guess, again, just idle pleasantries and slowly catching up with one another. As the way you'll come into camp is you'll kind of come through the tents with the kind of healer's tent on your left, and then your house or your home, your tent, just kind of directly in front of you, although you kind of have to snake around almost to get to it.
Yeah.
Are you looking for anyone, I guess, in particular, as you're kind of wandering through camp?
I think at first I would just settle in. I've been away for a month. Go back to my tent, just kind of regain my composure. And then I imagine Dorholland's followed me in. I turned to him and was like, "Could you please find me Alania?"
I can go and try. She's usually around here somewhere.
Please find her. I have much to speak with her.
As he kind of disappears and leaves you in the tent. The tent itself is pretty big. Like, there's enough standing room, and well, it was kitted out for yourself, your father, and your sister. So from that perspective, it's a lot larger than normal. The father's tent, or the leader of the Green Hand's tent, is there for him or her and her family. So it's spacious. It's a little bit more, I guess, luxurious in the sense of like, you have your bedrolls, you have like a small cabinet where you put clothes, and then there's like a table, a small internal fire pit, and then chairs. It's not like you have carpets and tarp like curtains and windows and plush cushions. It's like,
it's very much just the essentials.
It's the bare essentials. You just have a bigger tent because it's made for an entire it's made for a leader of a commune and their family.
I don't have much family at the moment.
You have Alania.
I would posit that I probably have some of my father's like possessions still with me. Maybe like just like an old set of clothes or something. Maybe like a headband that he wore, just like I do. Could I maybe just like look for that and just have like a sort of silent moment, just like thinking about him and things like that.
Everything around his, I guess, bedding area, everything around where he slept, is pretty dusted, but is very much untouched from the day he died. You left pretty quickly after he died. You weren't there for him being buried. He obviously spoke with you with some urgency, so you took that to mean urgent, and left without really saying your final goodbyes. So I guess seeing it how it once was, when you do, I guess, have the chance to say goodbye, it means that little bit more. Is Alania's not replaced anything, she's not moved anything, she's not changed it round to how she wants it. It's very much how he left it, and it brings you that little bit closer to him.
It fills you with determination.
Maybe the wrong kind of determination.
Maybe.
Oh no.
As in your prayers, you can hear the folds of the tent, the folds of the tarp kind of be pulled back, though the room itself or the tent itself is silent until you have finished your prayer.
I stand up after praying, turn round to, I imagine I see Alania.
You do, yes. I guess she's more leaning against one of the tent poles. Dorholland kind of looks between the two of you. I'm gonna wait outside.
That might be best, brother.
And he kind of just almost doesn't even turn, he literally like takes steps back and shuffles out, just awkwardly.
SpongeBob like just backing out of the room. Sister, do you care to tell me what you've been up to since I left?
I have been continuing my duties.
I hear from Dorholland that you've been going off for the night.
Yes. And what's the matter
Why?
with it?
Can I ask where you have been going?
Into the woods. Where else is there to go?
Dorholland doesn't see you praying anywhere. He doesn't see you at the standing stones. You must be going somewhere specific. You can't just be going into the woods.
I can take walks, Markusar.
I understand, but it seems as though these walks have been occurring close enough to when all the people of Summerhost have started disappearing.
I have been careful to avoid that part of the forest.
But you are aware of what's happening.
Yes, but I need to get out of this place occasionally. Unlike you, I can't just move on. He was my father.
He was my father as well.
No,
And
he
I
just
didn't
took
simply
you in.
leave you. I left you with Dorholland. I had a very important mission to fulfill.
So you keep saying.
Our father entrusted me with this.
My father.
I didn't choose for you to be my sister. I was brought in by father, and he would want us to get along.
Look, Markusar, no one questioned you when you packed up and left, before he was even in the ground. I don't understand why you have to question me when I leave.
I just find it curious that the circumstances of the town coincide with your nightly walks.
What, because I got fed up with your friend stromping around the camp?
I will not have Dorholland criticised. He is one of our most faithful members. You, on the other hand, I can't say as much.
If you'll excuse me, father, I have my duties to attend to.
I don't stop her. I let her go.
And she kind of gives you a small nod, and just more leaves. Though, body language you're very used to with Alania. Yeah, you probably poked somewhere a little bit too far.
Likewise, she did the same for me.
Yeah. Sibling rivalry.
I would ask Dorholland to re-enter the tent.
He kind of comes in, very much giving Alania a wide berth. So that looked like it went well then?
About as well as you could hope. How much did you hear?
Not a lot. She doesn't like it when I eavesdrop, so I try not to.
Understandable. She claims that her nightly walks have nothing to do with the disappearances, but I'm not so sure. She claims she just wishes to get away from all. You in particular.
I mean, we never got along, so that could explain it.
Perhaps.
She's always been difficult.
She has, but more so ever since father died.
I mean, even before that, she started getting pretty difficult, but...
It's because of her I was getting some flack from my friends.
How so?
They found out about Avon Ranch.
Oh, yeah, that was fun. I remember those 3 weeks in jail.
Good times.
To be fair, they did change the meal halfway through, so it made it better.
Not a lot of vegetarian options.
Well, yeah, it doesn't last very long, so
No.
you can't really blame them. And when you got nothing to cook it on, oats and water also don't mix very well.
No, not at all.
Though I can imagine that caused
Regardless.
some issues.
Absolutely. I tried to tell them that what happened was an accident, but they didn't seem to believe me.
I mean, can you blame them? It's why we took the fall in the first place.
I have to look out for my people. I couldn't have let any of them take the hit.
No, you couldn't have let Casper take the hit.
Well, of course not. He's so... I would argue he's more faithful than you or I. He's very important to us. And I couldn't have him take that hit. It would have killed him.
Yeah, and then what would have happened to Jocelyn? Actually, what would have happened to you because of Jocelyn? That's...
Jocelyn would have had my head.
Yeah. Yeah, she would
But
have.
regardless, Wulfric, Eidolon, Ranaagash, they're all aware of it. And they do not judge me kindly for it.
Yeah.
Cassandra says she'll have us both in jail if we get caught again.
Yeah,
And that's if she's nice to us.
I don't doubt that for a minute. Not at all. Ever since she took over from Redfield, she's been waiting for an opportunity.
We won't get away with it anymore. So we have to plan our next moves carefully. I learnt from Cass and my friends that because of the disappearances, they haven't been patrolling at night. You're aware of this?
Yeah.
I also learned that it's a song that's been enchanting people to come into Haledon and disappear.
Yeah, we've taken precautions. We lost a few of our own members.
It's very sad to hear, but I also see this as an opportunity. I think, with careful planning, we might be able to pull off our best act of activism yet.
How so?
Well, everyone's locked in their houses. All the guards are not on patrol. Summerhost is there to be freed. I reckon we could coordinate and free several of the ranches all at once.
What about the song?
And while everyone is, I think, well, tell me, what is it? Purely the hearing of the song, or is there something more to it? Could we just plug our ears?
Perhaps, I don't know. Though you don't have ears, so how are you going to plug your ears?
Very good point. Maybe I didn't think this through. That's why I need you. That's why I need you here. You keep me right.
No, I'm just your brains. And even then, it's not much.
Okay. Maybe that's an idea we can put on the back burner.
If you do want to know a little bit more about it, bringing him up again, Brother Casper might know something.
What might he know?
You can see more, I guess, Dorholland get a little bit nervous. I probably should have told you this earlier, but I guess I knew it was going to be awkward already, so I didn't really want to make it more awkward. Yeah, so Casper didn't get charmed, but he did get attacked.
Why wasn't it the first thing you told me?
Because it was Alania who sent him out into the forest.
My sister has been omitting several details, but thank you for telling me now.
He's currently in the healer's hut. He's been perhaps for the past 4 days.
I shall go see him now. Will you join me?
Of course. Someone has to watch for Jocelyn.
Of course.
Being
just
dick just runs in this family.
You just stand between me and her.
I'll try. Woman's fucking terrifying.
I would go to the healer's hut to see Casper.
Again, it's quite a big tent. It's the only other relatively large tent in the encampment, though it's a lot bigger than your own, obviously to accommodate a lot of sick people. There are a few people obviously in beds, though the one you tend to or go to first is Casper. He seems to be in relatively good spirits. He is still injured. You can see him pretty much the lower half of his body and the right hand side of his body are wrapped in bandages, some of which are either got dried blood on them or are almost quite gangrenous.
Okay.
But he seems to be in good spirits. He's sitting up, he's not lying down. He's chatting to one of the Druids who is attending him, one of your members of the flock who acts more as a healer, acts more of a nurse. Though when he sees you, he more shies her away, laughs. Father, you never told me you were coming back.
It was a surprise to me as well. How are you?
I'm doing better.
Casper, tell me, how did you get injured?
Funny story that you won't really believe. I got attacked by trees. Like a big wall of trees. I tried to get through it, and the big wall of trees wasn't happy with that. So, yeah. Wife's not happy. Apparently I might have to lose a leg.
What in she's name caused you to attack the trees?
Well, Alania asked me to go and check it out.
Did she indicate that anyone else had told you? Had Dorholland told you about this? Told you to do this?
No, but she doesn't usually.
For future, Casper, if Alania is to tell you anything, to do anything, either consult myself or Dorholland. Why did she tell you to go to the trees?
She thought it looked strange. She thought it looked odd.
And what could you tell?
There's a big section of the wood that's just blocked off.
Is it by any chance near where the Lord is planning on logging?
No. It's a little while out, actually. It's...
strange.
Father, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. Like, roots and vines, the twigs and twine, even the grass have almost created a barricade around this part of the forest. I wanted to know more because, well, she'd asked me to. I guess she maybe thought it could be useful for us, it could be helpful for us. Perhaps she thought this was where all the problems were starting.
Do you believe this is where the disappearances, the people have been going?
I don't know, maybe. It's in a roughly similar direction. As I said, I couldn't really get into it. It wouldn't let me into it. I managed to make a break in the wall. I don't know if it'll have been repaired or not. Not using positive magic. I'm sorry, Father.
No need to apologize, Casper. This is very concerning for all of us. Obviously, we're losing our own. I do not wish to lose any more of my flock. And it seems whatever is going on is very hostile. And if we don't quell it, we can lose all of us. Casper, I don't wish to see you out of this bed until you're fully healed. Take good care of you, but I have business to attend to. Get well, brother. And do
I'm
like
trying.
a sort of an encouraging sort of like pat on the shoulder and stuff. Have a friendly wave to Jocelyn before Darhala and I exit the tent.
She kind of more gives you a scowl as she more walk past to tend to her husband, though if you don't particularly say anything to her, she kind of more blanks you than anything else.
I guess as I leave, I'll just say to her, I hope you're keeping well, Jocelyn.
I could be keeping better if your sister didn't put my husband at risk again.
Believe me, I will be having words with her.
What, like last time?
The safety of all of you is my main concern. I will not let such an action happen again.
I thank you both for what you did for him that night.
No need for thanks.
But I would rather she just stayed away from him.
I will ensure so. I will ensure she does so. And then I'd exit the tent with Darhala.
Well, that could have gone a lot worse.
I expected a greater return. I didn't expect all these problems.
I mean, a lot of problems can be a great return.
Did you by any chance see where Alania went when she exited my tent?
No. She headed back towards the Standing Stones, but I can guarantee you're not going to find her there.
Will she have disappeared into the woods? Is it that time already?
He kind of looks up at the sky. It's a little early, perhaps. Sun's not gone down yet. But I can't imagine you coming home will have encouraged her to stay.
I guess I'll visit the Standing Stone and see if I can find her. Though you've done enough for me today, Darhala, you don't have to join me.
No, I have some of my own things I want to attend to. But Markusar,
Yes.
if you want to investigate those walls, I'm coming with you.
Of course, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Perhaps I can see about finding something to cover your non-existent ears.
Mentally, that was an oversight, but it is an idea, and we should consider it. But for now, I shall find Alania, and I'll head off in the direction of the Standing Stones.
The Standing Stones are obviously not too far from camp. The reason you guys set up in these glades was so that you would be close to them. The flowers, despite it slowly creeping and crawling into the cold of winter, are still in bloom, and the glade itself is still warm, as always. Everything is well looked after. The grass is not cut, but its growth is encouraged, and the flowers are well tended to. And the stones themselves are, whilst grown with vines and moss, each one can still be seen, and each one has been, as always, and regularly cleaned. However, as you step into the glade, you are on your own. Alania is not in the glade.
Could I check for footprints or disturbance in the grass? Has someone been here very recently?
So, investigation or survival, whichever one you've got higher.
It shall be survival.
I would assume so with higher wisdom.
Oh shit. That's a +3. So
I was going to say, don't you have a positive in wisdom?
I do. I meant to click the advanced dice roller and I just clicked 1d20 and by mistake. So it's a 15 + 3.
So 18.
Yes.
As you kind of wander around the glade, you can see the comings and goings of several people. It is obviously quite a popular place to worship, and you can see the trails that they carefully tread to get to and from the stones. You can find, I guess, a bit more of a worn path that leads further into the southern parts of Haledon. That seems to be more often traversed rather than the other parts of the field. You're only left to assumption as to whether that was a path Alania took to leave or not. You're not too sure.
I suppose I'd start following that direction.
You're able to follow the trail for quite some time. You don't seem to run into or bump into her. It seems to go quite far into Haledon, to the point that the canopy starts becoming quite thick again. It becomes quite dark underneath it. And unless you light a torch, the trail becomes quite difficult for you to follow.
I would light a torch then.
Can you give me a perception check as you're moving through?
Sure. Use my advanced dice roll this time with my bonuses. 17.
17. As you're moving through, Haledon starts to change. The forest itself is always seemingly in a perpetual state of bloom, even in winter. It very rarely do the leaves fall from these trees. But the air starts to become heavy. The forest starts to become cold. Even in the light of your torch, like, you don't feel a wind, but the flame starts to flicker and almost dance as if there was a wind here. Almost something howling through the woods. You can feel almost eyes watching you, though when you try and turn to find them, they seem to vanish, as there's no longer like a light, happy feeling.
Yeah, I've definitely got my axe in my other hand now. I'm thinking, could I detect magic? I think there would already be magic there already because it's standing stones and stuff, but I think I would detect magic.
So as you detect magic, there is a lot of magic here. Haledon is a very magical place. It's supposed to be the centre of the Feywilds in a lot of beliefs. So the trees themselves radiate with magic.
Yeah.
But I guess what's strange is the coloration. As your detect magic always illuminates certain colours for certain magical properties. Haledon's always usually got connotations of positive colours, warmth, happiness, joy, yet bright yellows, oranges, you can even see the greens connecting the roots of the trees to one another. But almost like wisps of smoke, you can almost see like a black mist almost jumping from different magical sources, trailing down like the roots and into the flowers, or trailing up into the canopies, or even the particles, little remainders of magic that float in the air almost are engulfed by this shadow as it just moves through the woods, though you cannot find its source.
Okay. Can I see which direction it's go? Like, I can't see the source, but is it just bouncing around everywhere? It's not like it's following the trail or anything.
No, it's almost just this entire part of the wood seems to almost be, I guess, infected with it is the best way to put it. The way that this is almost like a virus in a computer system, acting and reacting with all the different magical sources.
I guess I would try and return to the standing stones. Can I check to see if Alania's footprints are here or anything like that?
The trail that you've been following, obviously assuming it's hers, seems to go further into these woods. Though whether she recently walked this trail or not, you don't know.
Okay. I guess, yeah, I would just return to the standing stones. I think, like, this is too much for myself to go alone.
Mysteries in the forest.
I wish to investigate, but I think I would be better. Can I tell if this was in the direction of where Casper said he got attacked?
No, so this is heading, I guess, a lot more further south. Where Casper kind of, I guess, gave you some directions to where he was, it would have been further north.
Okay, this is very strange then. Markusar is taking note of all this.
As he heads back to Haledon, as he heads back to the Standing Stones. And we join my other three.
Right, let's go.
For less spooky times. As the three of you are in the Nightingale, you have obviously all reconvened after Eidolon has returned from his coffee afternoon, and the two of you have returned from the barracks, and obviously Markusar has been sighted heading into Haledon with the red-headed dwarf.
Two very different sets of experiences.
It is, yes.
I'm assuming we're just currently sitting in the Nightingale.
I imagine it is kind of getting into the late afternoon. It is round about lunchtime. You are obviously in the Lord's care right now. Kyle has brought you food. It is lunchtime after all. I imagine the three of you are more just sitting, kind of expanding upon what happened at the end of last session for the three of you. I imagine this will have been just an additional or further information in terms of recounting your experiences.
What we now know. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Exactly.
And I'd like to imagine that Wulfric's been taken out like a notebook and like a pencil and has been scribbling down notes and like facsimiles and ideas.
More just for the sake of, I'm curious, Eidolon would have asked what exactly you're doing.
Right, basically, if we're gonna have to... Now, a fight with a beast is inevitable, a fight with man can be prevented. You've heard me say this 3 million times.
We know that one at this point.
Say the line, Wulfric.
Fine. Say the line!
Tap the sign. We have so many memes for that now, it's great.
Basically,
Oh shit.
my plan is we receive a map of the general area of where they are in camp. We receive intel on their on the Green Hand. We specifically need numbers of fighting adults and what they can do. We need to possibly acquire some troops. No.
Listen, Wulfric, I completely agree with what you're intending on doing, but I think first we should deal with this song, this
Oh,
curse
don't worry.
that seems to be falling on the
I
town.
also have plans for that.
Oh.
Basically, we acquire some kind of ear blockage if it appears to be a song if it's purely based on our ability to hear it. This is just working on that assumption.
Alright.
You offered to be bait for this, correct?
And yes, I still intend to do that.
What we do is we get a bit of rope
Okay.
and we tie it around you, like around your waist. And
Okay.
then me and Ranaagash, we hold on to it and we let you lead us to wherever the song leads you.
Alright, I agree with that plan, but is the rope necessary when you can just walk after me?
We have no idea how fast it will make you go, and you can run pretty fast.
Then you better be able to hold on tight.
That's the intention, right? So if we can gather a map of the forest.
I was actually going to ask you, Wulfric. You said it was the lumber mill, yes?
Yes.
Would you mind heading down there and actually learning what they know? And I think down there you'd probably have the best chance of finding a map of this forest, this camp.
Alright.
In the meantime, Ranaagash, I hope you don't mind, I want to take you along to the Lord.
Alright, what's the plan?
Just want to have you ask him a few questions, and you can probably do it better than I. But
Alright.
in the simplest terms possible, I trust Wulfric better to go down to a lumber mill, considering he's self-admitted for that being his past profession.
Alright.
Understandable.
Finish up lunch, and I'll head down to the lumber mill.
Meet back here.
Ideally
Right.
before nightfall.
Yes, definitely before nightfall.
As we will head to the Lord's first, as the Lord's is closest.
Well, actually, before I leave, I'd let Wulfric leave before staying at the table with Ranaagash. More if Ranaagash goes to stand up, more just flair for him to sit back down. Do you stay sitting?
Yes, I'll sit.
As more, Eidolon would just sigh, letting Wulfric leave, and then just turn to face you. So, you've been oddly quiet this whole time.
I've had a lot on my mind.
What are you thinking of what's going on?
Nothing new, it's... horrible is not a strong enough word, but...
Not a supporter of their actions?
No, you don't. Just because they don't live in Summerhost doesn't make them... put them above the laws of Summerhost.
I mean, no offense by the statement, but orcs observe laws that strongly.
It's about respect and trust. We don't go into Kinreen and burn it down. They don't come into our forest and burn it down.
As Eidolon would more just give a nod and just... The orcs sound pretty solid then.
I'll tell them that when I get home.
I'm sure an opinion from an outsider from tens of miles away will definitely mean the world to them.
I wonder how many of them can pronounce Aramba.
On the topic of many of them, as he'd more just let his face slide into a more downward expression as he looks towards you. Ranaagash, what the fuck are you doing?
You're going to have to be more specific.
I don't know if you've told the rest of them yet what you're doing out here. It's why I waited for Wulfric to leave. You mentioned before we got to the Citadel, this big one.
Yes.
This thing you're trying to stop, or at the very least learn more about.
Yes?
Why haven't you done anything about it?
It's a hard thing to deal with when you don't know exactly what you're dealing with. And besides, this black ichor thing doesn't seem far off the trail, I suppose.
I understand where you're coming from, that you seem to already be tracing something, but still, I haven't seen you do anything to try further what you know about it. Did you even ask Varian about it? I know you spoke to him alone, but...
Can't remember if I brought it up.
I don't think you did.
No.
I'm looking at Em because she'll remember better than me. She's shaking her head. Yes, what we're following could help you eventually, but at the very least where we are here, what are you going to do when we're done here? Are you just going to head back home?
No, I can't exactly go back empty-handed, so to speak.
So I'll ask you again, what are you going to do about it?
It's a good question.
Then do you want another question?
Sure.
Do you want to start doing something about it now?
Is now the best time?
As Eidolon would more just look out the window, seeing the sun's still reasonably high in the sky. Listen, Wulfric's gone to follow up on the best lead that we have right now. We don't have much else we can ask beyond what you've already asked the guard captain, what you've already asked the Lord.
So going back to his was a ruse?
No, I still intend to take you to the Lord, because I can't think of anyone else in this bloody town who would have any answers for you. I don't see a library here, but I do see a Lord. I see a Lord who is ruling over a town near a forest. That's the best chance you've got. And even if he doesn't provide you with anything, what's the point in not asking?
What do you suppose I ask then?
Eidolon would more just sigh, look down. If he has something to drink, he'd take a sip from it. You do realize that asking nothing doesn't progress anything.
I'm aware.
Start with the basics. You're following what could be heralded as a doomsday prophecy. He's a lord. He likely has records. He likely has libraries. Ask about that. Or ask about the specifics, and who knows, you might get lucky. They might have urban legends in the plains that you just don't have back home. Listen, it's up to you if you want to do anything about it. But I just feel... No, not even I just feel at this point. I want to help you do this, especially after what happened in the temple.
No, I understand where you're coming from. It is... Guess I've just been hesitant because it's a hard thing to ask, and, you know, I'd rather not... These people are panicked enough. I'd rather not go spreading word of doomsday prophecy, as you call it.
But if you don't, then the panic inside of you is just going to keep building up until you have to go back home with nothing, because you never asked.
It's a balancing act, I suppose.
And even if the Lord doesn't know anything, he said we can send letters from there. If you want, we can send one back to the Citadel for you.
We'll see. I need to figure out what to ask, and, well, Varian is probably who, you know, with all those books.
I'd still recommend you start with the Lord here, though. He's closer to Kinreen, did you say it was?
Kinreen, yes.
He's closer to there than the Citadel is.
Yeah.
And if anybody in this tiny town knows anything, it'll be him. And if he doesn't know anything, well, he can just chalk it up to you being crazy.
Perhaps he'd enjoy a different kind of crazy rather than what the Green Hand is providing.
I'm sure you'll be a welcome distraction. Again, I'm sorry to press this on you, Ranaagash. It's just...
You're a direct man, I respect that.
And especially after my conversations earlier today, I feel I need to be more direct with people.
What did she say to you?
Not a lot, but it was enough. As you can see, a slight pained expression on his face.
That bad?
When you're forced to put your entire life in perspective over the course of an hour-long coffee break, yeah, that bad. Though I feel this, as he raises his hand into air quotations, coffee break. Are we even drinking coffee?
No, it'll be alcohol at this point.
Yeah, beer break. I feel you could use this too. You need to start getting more comfortable asking about this.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's just asking Wulfric.
I suppose it's, if nothing else, polite to tell him.
Also, it isn't all for naught. I'm heading to the Lords anyway to send away letters regarding Lucius's behavior.
What are you planning for him?
I must send letters to the dynast stating that he has broken many forms of codes, ethics, laws, etc., etc., etc. And then I need to send a letter back. And he almost stops himself on the term home. Back to where I'm from. Regarding the same, but with more visceral detail.
I was going to say, do these codes he's broken apply outside of Aramba?
They don't. Not necessarily, however. They can, is the way to put it.
Not sure if I want to know what that means, but bear in mind that perhaps the dynast can't enforce them. Although I'm sure you have plans to deal with that.
Eidolon would more just give a laugh to that. Yeah, in a way. I know the right words and the right people to send them to.
Alright.
Anyway, I'm taking you to the Lords. Whether you want to actually say anything to him or not, that's completely up to you, though. As he'd stand up, I would recommend it. Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
As you head to the Lord's house?
I was letting Matthew have the floor for just a little bit longer, just in case.
No, I have said my piece.
For now.
Yeah, for now. Oh boy.
Again, sorry about this, Matthew. It's just more... I want to give you the chance to practice.
As you head back down a familiar road towards the Lord's Longhouse, where, upon knocking, you are given free entry and are led into more of a dining space than his study, as he is also finishing lunch with his wife.
I'd give a salute as I walk in the door. Actually, no, not a salute. He's not a military man. I'd give a nod. Curt nod.
Ah, Eidolon, Ranaagash. You're welcome to join me if you wish. I'm just finishing myself.
I'd take a seat down, though not next to the Lord. More just, I'd give eyes with Ranaagash to, like...
You didn't tell me what you wanted to know.
I'm not here to know anything. It's completely up to you.
It's almost like that was the cunning ruse, Matthew.
Tricked.
I don't want to know anything. As I'd more just turn and just say, Lord Havenarrow, if you wouldn't mind, I have letters I need to write and send. I was just wondering if I could have usage of your courier service.
You're very welcome to. If you want, you're welcome to use my study as well.
I'd more just give eyes to Ranaagash, just like, do you want to move to his study?
Sure.
As Eidolon will give a nod back. Yes, if you wouldn't mind.
If you remember the way, you can head on up. It'll only be a moment. As he kind of smiles at the two of you.
Yeah, it would more just, Eidolon would be moving a seat and then realise it's like, oh no, we can just head along to the study. As I'd start my way along to the study. Do you come with?
Yeah.
On the way, Eidolon would just turn to you and be like, you seem nervous.
It's not every day you start probing about a doomsday prophecy.
But it has to start one day.
I'm aware. Before you put me on the...
Wulfric's not here to be a dad. Someone has to do it.
Fair. Any information you want from him before you put me on the spot again?
No, I've asked for his courier service. His Eidolon will give you a rather shit-eating grin.
God damn it, Craig.
Hey, I'm in the room with you. That's the max I can give you. I don't need any information from him, but you potentially could. Are we able to find his study, or is that a survival check?
No. His study's relatively easy to find. The door's not locked, it's wide open. And it doesn't look too different than when you guys were here, I guess, this morning. Though I guess he has a few more correspondence on his desk. He's actually probably been doing some work since you've been gone.
Shocking. The Lord doing some work.
I know, weird that.
Who would have guessed?
But from that, the study itself doesn't look too different.
I'd take a seat at a table and start writing.
Is Ranaagash doing anything to kill some time?
No.
Ranaagash isn't Matthew, is thinking hard.
Just gonna find a nice wall to lean against and make myself look casual. Like, you know that way of like everybody act natural and they just do the most unnatural shit possible.
Yeah. As it's not too long before Lord Havenarrow does enter into the room, You can still see him dusting off his hands with a handkerchief as he kind of comes in. I apologise I could not, I guess, speak with you sooner. Wife is quite incessant. I have at least some lunch with her.
It's not a problem.
Are you well, Ranaagash?
Yes. As well as I can be at the moment, yes. Yourself?
I must admit I was rather shaken, but your friends assured me that you would be alright.
It happens from time to time, you know. Condition.
She can be a little bit difficult at times, but we do have our Druids in the city. If you go and see Neela, she could perhaps give you some help.
I'll see about that.
As I said, she can be difficult. She's certainly opinionated, but she's one of the best Druids I know outside of Haledon. Though perhaps not right now, because of the dangers in the forest. But if you want, you could go and visit the healer's hut. They also have some very good healers there.
Keeping my distance from them at the moment, I think, is the best idea.
That is understandable. Though, he kind of laughs. At least when it comes to medicinal purposes, they are usually very respectable of the people of Summerhost.
That's the first nice thing I've heard about them.
We don't really have a church, or we don't have priests. The Standing Stones is our worship grounds. From that, the healers of the Green Hand, as he puts very much emphasis on healers, are our priests. Go.
Good.
This place is quite different from the Citadel. Must have a lot of interesting culture around here.
Occasionally, yes. Well, you've met the interesting culture we have, to say the least, but no, the people here are, well, put it this way, most of them aren't born here. They usually travel here. Summerhost is made up of the misfits of Elrond, I guess.
Must be interesting mishmash of stories and, you know, beliefs then.
Yeah, quite a lot actually.
Any good ones?
I guess the weirder pair is Emerald and Sapphire, but I think they're weird by anyone's standards.
Do tell.
They own the local jewelers. They came maybe a year ago. Very talented woman. One's takes some time to get used to. He kind of looks between the two of you. I don't know if you've heard of them. They're called Tiefling. They're quite striking in their appearance, to say the least. No, they came about a year ago, set up their jewelers. They use the, I guess, debris from the forest to create their wares, as well as the stones. A progression of modern and ancient is what they call it. But yes, they're an odd pair. Closest thing we have to the new religion, at least in town. But it makes sense, they're both from the Citadel. They moved here, I guess, to get away from quite a few problems. No one really bats an eye at them here, though. Then there's Neela. I'm sorry if she gave you any hardship. She's the closest thing I have to a healer. You know, I don't really know where she and Twit come from.
Twit?
Her younger brother. Gnomish naming conventions are almost as strange as some Orcish naming conventions, I'd imagine. No, she's the closest thing I have to a healer, at least not going into Haledon. She also has quite a lot of affinity with people's dreams. I guess it's why... Apologies for bringing it up again, your... accident. She might be able to help.
I believe she did earlier. Well, I was half unconscious at the time, so I couldn't say for sure.
She helps occasionally. My wife suffers from nightmares. It is is not always the best for her, but it helps. But yes, we have a few interesting characters in town, though. Forgive me, but I feel like you're fishing for something specific.
How do I put this in a way that isn't terrifying? Enough to worry about as is, and you don't need me
Making things even worse.
Yes.
To put your mind at ease, it's quite hard to make anything worse than it is.
Is that a challenge?
I think it is. Just put it bluntly, Ranaagash.
How do you think the world's going to end? You said put it bluntly.
I know, but that was amazing.
If you want my honest answer, I hope I'm about 6 feet under the ground when that happens.
Yeah, trigger warning for existential dread on this episode.
Cognito hazard.
No, I don't know. Though I would suspect it will end in some kind of war. Most things happen because of war. So I assume war of some kind.
Interesting.
Why do you ask?
Something that's been troubling me lately, I suppose, and just maybe a different cultural perspective on things would help me figure out what's going on.
Then I guess... Kinda gives Eidolon a nod. I must be blunt. What is going on?
Eidolon would stop writing at this moment to pay a little closer attention.
Boy, it's spicy. Spicy RP time.
Yeah.
We're being blunt, let's just keep going. So the exact nature of my condition is one of prophecy, I suppose. One of foresight, of seeing things that might happen and will happen. And fortunately there's only a way to find out which is which. So one thing I've seen a lot is... I can't remember what I put first, so something I'd rather not happen.
Well, I'm sorry to say I'm not the most versed in magic. And though we have some who are, they're not versed in that kind of magic. That's more the Citadel's wheelhouse in terms of what they know. I guess the only thing I can offer you in comfort is the lay of the land. I have correspondence from the Citadel, from Tenon, from Westcross, even some from Drakenel. So I guess if there's something you want to know about somewhere, he kinda laughs. I can do the best of my ability to give you some information, perhaps even some peace of mind if you're worried about the past, present, or future.
Eidolon more just looks to Ranaagash with an expression which is like, this is a lot more than I expected to be able to get from here.
I mean, I'm anything but predictable, you know.
Do you then maybe want to start with, then, Ranaagash, what you're actually worried about? Beyond just the cryptic message of how do you think the world will end?
I thought that was rather clever.
It was, but it didn't explain enough.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I was more referring to, I guess, the location to where the world is supposed to end, if that is how you're phrasing it.
I just make a hand gesture towards Ranaagash.
At least, as far as I'm aware, it's forests of Maya.
Well, I can definitely have a look at my correspondence from Westcross. Eidolon, if you wouldn't mind.
What am I doing?
Well, you're at his desk, because you're right.
Oh, I'm at his desk! I thought I had taken another table! Eidolon looks perplexed for a second before realizing he's at the Lord's table right now, literally sitting at the Lord's seat and just like, oh shit, okay, as he'd move out the way.
Might be, you know.
As Dovid kind of heads around, sits at his desk, searches through some papers, kind of starts almost organising them. Clearly he's not done that in quite some time as he's filing through papers. Well, I don't have anything from Westcross, but I do have something from Drakenel that might be of interest to you gentlemen, at least regarding Meyer. The Gildenfeld in the forest share close borders. I imagine coming from there you're already aware of that. Recently a correspondence was sent from the hold of the Iron Dragons discussing smoke from the mountains on the side of the forest.
As in the flames were coming from the forest.
Not flames, smoke. A
Like a camp?
A forest fire is easy to see, and it's a lot bigger than a camp, at least from what the scouts have said. But I have not had any other correspondence, not since it was sighted. Though in saying that, my relationship with the hold itself, with the Gildenfeld, is very limited. We are so far south, unless something is immediately pressing, we are not informed. If
You don't exactly need to be, so it makes sense.
Exactly. If this is something you would wish to know more about, however, the Lord of Westcross could help. The two are a lot more in contact than we are. I don't know if that brings any comfort to your doomsday prophecy, but...
I'd turn to Ranaagash and just say, well, there we go, a lead.
It's the next step.
More than you had when you woke up today.
Yes.
I just turn to the Lord and just say, thank you for that.
You're welcome. You're doing me a favour at the moment. I can only wish to return it.
I'd give a pleasant nod. Less curt this time. And more, I'm just leaving it free in case you want to say anything additional, Matthew.
No, I think I've said my piece.
Cool. Would I have got my letters finished in the time they were talking?
Yes.
Cool. Also, where would I exactly post these?
I can give them to one of my men. They'll have it on a raven out of here before nightfall.
I'll turn to Ran. Is there anything you want to write to the Citadel?
Perhaps a letter to Varian wouldn't be out of order.
I take a spare bit of parchment and just pass him it alongside my writing implements. As in the Lord's writing implements that I have been stealing.
As you pen a letter to Varian. You don't have to worry about what the content of the letter is at the moment, Matthew. You can message me that later.
Can he read Orcish?
Yes.
He spoke to you in
Okay, good.
Orcish.
He spoke to you in
That's
Orcish.
fine. Just double checking.
I think there's only 2 languages on his list that he doesn't know.
Okay.
That's impressive.
Just as a note, for your discretion's sake, I'm not sure how it works in M's world, but in the traditional Orcish language, they write in Dwarvish.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
the Dwarvish script.
Yeah, they use the same script, it tends just to be in a different hand, so they'll use the letters slightly differently.
Yeah.
It's like dialect.
Yeah.
So it's like, technically anyone who reads Dwarvish can read Orcish, they just might lose some of the meaning or some of the words because it will be written slightly different.
It's like a pidgin or a Creole. We learned about that today.
So interesting. I love that lecture.
My stuff immediately went into play. I love that.
See, you do use what you learn in university, just in D&D games, not in real life.
D&D games, not real life.
Is there anything else the two of you would kind of want to do that day, other than obviously send off the last of the letters, or for the rest of the
Essentially, after unless there's anything Ranaagash wants to do inside the Lords.
No.
Essentially, when we get out, I just turn to him and just say, "Well, is that about everything you'd want to learn?"
Yeah, for now that's more than enough to go on.
You sure?
It's something. It's more than I had.
You know, as he'd essentially just start walking back to the Nightingale and most likely to meet up with Wulfric, you are welcome to talk to us about it, if it ever happens. The more the visions, less I think we'll see the apocalypse occurring.
I'd be worried if you didn't. You seem to spot everything.
I would get fired if I didn't spot everything.
That's fair.
But if you need to talk about it, we can listen.
I'll keep that in mind.
Just make sure to this time and not just say it like you did last time.
Oh, God.
As Eidolon would turn forward and continue forward. But I think that's roughly everything I would want to do. Sorry for that torture, Matthew, but it's finally over.
For now. Give it a couple
This is
of
when we have to...
sessions.
That's a threat. That is a threat.
As we'll kind of jump across Summerhost to, I guess, the recently deforest Haledon. quite a lot of the forest, in fact, has kind of been sanctioned for the lumber mills. But there is a small, I guess, new establishment that has been set up, a small logging house, and then obviously the actual lumber yard itself, where it feels a little bit more like home when you get close to it, Wulfric. As this is, I guess, a little bit more in your wheeled house. Though I guess, unlike home, it's not operational. Everything has been left to gather dust and wood shavings, as the only thing that seems to have any life in it is the small lumber house, which likely holds the, I guess, operator of said lumber yard.
Yeah, I'll head up to the door, and I'll...
The first thing I guess you notice, but just as the door starts to open, is the handle is perhaps a foot lower than where it should be. As the door opens, and quite a short, even for a gnome kind of opens and looks up at you with, I guess, a rather confused expression. I'm sorry, sir, but we're closed. Lumberyards run into difficulties.
I'm aware. I'm working for the Lord about inquiring what's going on.
You'll want to come in then. As he kind of more shuffles out of the way.
I push open the door the rest of the way and come inside.
It's relatively nicely furnished. It's, I guess, more well used than you'd expect, but at the same time, given current circumstances, that's not too unfamiliar, as he'll probably be spending most of his time here instead of out in the yard or out in the forest. Do you want tea? I just put a pot on.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Name's Twit, by the way.
I'm Wulfric.
Pleasure. Well, start's a good place to start as any. I agreed to run the lumber yard for the Lord because my sister is the local druid, so he thought it would maybe be good to have someone who knew the forest looking after the lumber yard. It's been interesting, though I guess you're more interested about what's actually been happening.
Unfortunately, yes. I grew up in a logging mill, but time is of the essence.
Stories for another day. But yes, everything was going fine. We had made quite a lot of progress. Even started setting up some of the new farmhouses and even some of the new fences for the new yards. But it was strange. First, a lot of my lumberjacks went missing. We would find their bodies in the woods. But then travellers would go missing too. They would take the road into Haledon to visit the Standing Stones, and they would be attacked on the trails. Anyone who got out said it was the trees that did it, that they came to life and attacked them. I spoke to my sister. She had never really heard of anything like this. The closest thing she said it might be are forest spirits. But I guess she was confused. You see, when we set up the lumber yard, we had sanctioned the forest, and my sister and myself blessed it. We warded it. We paid tribute to the wood. But still, the forest attacked. And it wasn't even us. My sister and I are quite close with the commune who live in the forest, and even a few of their people have gone missing. It seems to be, I guess, random. Or non-specific. It doesn't seem to be that they're just attacking my lumberjacks, they're also attacking druids. But that was just the beginning. Then we stopped operations. Obviously the forest is sick, the forest is unwell, we didn't want to damage it any further, so we stopped. But then the attacks became less frequent and the singing started, which Neela couldn't explain right from left. We did what we could, but it would still come. We lost a lot of people. There's quite a lot of the houses now that are empty. But the songs, they would just lead people into the forest. I guess I originally tried to stop them. They would come past the lumber house. It was the last stop, I guess, till Haledon. But they wouldn't listen to me. And I couldn't get very far from my own front door before I could hear the song. And it was like I was watching myself. I could feel almost my mind slip away, and I guess it was cowardly of me. I probably should have tried more, but I ran inside, locked the doors, and I never tried to stop another person.
That seems rational. That seems rational.
It's rational. You did the best that you could do.
It was why we couldn't really find an explanation for it. The guards stopped patrolling, they helped, even I assisted sorting some of the lumber we had to make barricades for the people, we helped put them up, we did the best we could. When night falls, everyone goes indoors, everyone's houses are locked up tight, and the song hasn't taken anyone since. But it still sings. Every night.
Do you know that if plugging your ears works?
I guess if you could plug them well enough. I tend to sleep under my pillow. It doesn't really block it out that much, but it's not a proper seal.
Do you know where I'd be able to acquire proper seals for ears?
Sentence that has never been said before.
Yeah. I'll double check if it is.
Ewan just starts pouring sealant into his ears.
With no Flex Seal!
Flex Seal liquid! Dip your ears in them!
I guess the only person who'd maybe be able to help is my sister. She's the only one in town who's magically inclined. Although there is Freddy.
Freddy?
He's a sweet maker. He owns a local sweet shop. He makes really good cakes too. But don't tell him I told you, because he doesn't like really people knowing about it, so I'd really appreciate if you maybe kind of threw the blame to Dovid, because he can't really do anything about that, and Dovid knows about it too, so it would make kind of sense. But he used to be an apprentice in the Citadel. He used to train under the Master of Magic. He might still be able to do something, but he's really sensitive about it. He's kind of why he came here, to get away from it. But if I was to choose between him and my sister, I'd definitely choose him. Not because my sister couldn't help, she most likely could, she's just difficult.
Alright, fucking bitch. God, she was annoying.
Alright, thank you. Do you perhaps have a map of the forest?
I have a map of the lumbering trails, but other than that, not really. Not a lot of Haledon's mapped.
Do you think I could have it?
Yeah.
Only you had someone in your party who knew the woods.
You're not here.
He kind of like...
You're also who he's looking to murder, Paul.
He kind of like heads, I guess, over to more of the paperwork side of the lumbering mill, searches through several kind of scrolls, hands you a rough canvassed one. The forest itself, only maybe a third of it is actually mapped when you actually kind of roll it out to have a look at it. You can see that most of the northern half is mapped, though there's a big section that has been ignored and unmapped, and then there's kind of a central part near the standing stones that has been mapped out with the trails, where you can see the glades that presumably the Green Hand live in. As at least for the people of Haledon, this is as much as people of Summerhost, sorry, this is as much of Haledon as they've mapped.
Ewan cocks axe, target practice.
Alright, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Do you know anywhere where I would be able to acquire a large piece of blank paper and charcoal?
You could buy some from Neela's, probably your closest bet, or you could go see about the barracks. They might have some.
I like that idea, Ewan. I don't know exactly what he's planning with it, but...
Thank you very much, sir. This has been very useful, and I'll shake his little hand.
It's like small child sized in comparison to yours.
That's a bit demeaning.
I mean, it's
We'll
just a
shake
normal
his
hand
little
slap.
hand.
It's just a normal handshake, but he's got small hands.
He's just he's just a little man. He's just a little birthday boy. You wouldn't hurt him on his birthday.
Ewan's bullying the handily challenged.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
I'm respecting this man. You shake a man's hand if you respect him.
No, it's the way you put it, Ewan.
He's significantly smaller than me. It's just a stated fact.
It's just a fact.
And I will get up and I will see myself to the door. and I will head to the barracks.
Hey, at least she'll be happy to see you without Markusar, Ewan.
As Wulfric, you head back to the barracks, where I'm assuming you look for Cassandra. She's kind of the only one you really know.
Captain Cassandra.
She kind of gives you a nod, more stepping out of the barracks, most likely coming out for training. Ah, Wulfric. What can I do for you?
A couple of things. First of all, do you have paper and charcoal that I can borrow?
I should have some, yes. As she kind of waves her hand for you to follow her.
Right.
That's thing number one. What else can I help you with? As she kind of walks you through several corridors.
I have a map of the lumber. I have the map of the lumber trails. These maps include the areas designated where the Green Hand live.
Aye, they'll have the maps of all our forests.
I am concerned because, first of all, there is obviously the pressing issue of the singing in the woods. However, because all of your men are forced to stay inside, I'm worried that they could do something. I'm worried that something could happen.
It has been a concern on my mind for quite some time, yes. But thankfully, nothing has happened as of yet.
But now that Markusar is back...
It is an increasing possibility, yes. Though, I will admit that he's not as dangerous as his sister. And if she's not done anything, then, I don't know, anything outside of a simple raid, I don't think the Dragonborn has it in him.
But just out of game. Markusar would have told us he left Dorhallen in charge, right?
He said he left his brother in charge. I don't think he gave a name. He left his brother
in charge, and he referred to Dorhallen as his first brother.
Mm-hmm.
So Wulfric's got enough intelligence to put two and two together.
You can work things out.
Yeah. So, but he left Dorhallen in charge. He didn't leave his sister in charge. So
that is true. Though in saying that, the dwarf isn't very smart.
And Markusar said he was his brains.
I do see your
fucking
concern.
Dumb and Dumber.
Oh my god, I need to see the edit of that.
It has definitely been a concern on my mind. I'd be lying if it wasn't a worry.
Do you have any information on the Green Hand? About their numbers, about their capabilities?
Most of them are practicing druids. Some of them were soldiers. Some of them were travelers, so I don't know much about their backgrounds. Numbers before all this started, last time I visited, perhaps 50, 60 individuals as well as their families.
50 to 60 strong. Okay. How many men do you have?
She kind of takes a step back.
I'm just doing math in my head.
Why?
I'm worried that they're gonna try and, because they've broken in and stolen stuff before, right? They've broken in and freed cattle.
Yes.
With your guards all inside, what's stopping them from doing it en masse?
I imagine right now the issue with the forest.
This isn't metagaming, Paul. I'm just smart.
It sounded like metagaming.
This is the logical conclusion. This is an extremist ideology taken to its logical conclusion.
You and I share a brain cell.
Just whenever
it's
I
just currently that brain cell isn't agreeing with them. The brain isn't agreeing with itself right now.
No.
As I said, it is a concern of mine, but I guess what is now concerning me is what you're suggesting.
I'm not suggesting that you kill them or anything. I'm just suggesting that you be prepared just in case the worst comes to worst and hundreds of domesticated livestock is released and people's livelihoods are ruined and the economy is destabilized and...
Not the economy.
The town is left to travesty.
It is something I have considered. It is something I am worried about. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't, as I said. But at the same time, they only are attacking during the day right now. My men can deal with that. Their absence at night perhaps leads me to believe that they're just as scared of this thing in the woods as we are. Or perhaps this is just me being hopeful.
So, here's where my next idea comes in. I'm going to discuss with my allies that are currently willing to collaborate. We are going to go into the woods. We are going to deal with this threat before the Green Hand can take any attempt to exploit the lockdown caused by this mysterious singing.
Forgive me, but I did think that was the original intention, though perhaps with added steps.
Wait, that's just the original plan with extra steps.
You always need to account for every possibility. We could also try reasoning with Markusar. I'm not sure how much he'd listen to me, but he seems to listen to you.
Yeah,
True.
I am not too comfortable with that intention. I say his sister is worse, but at the same time, she didn't leave me up shit creek without a paddle.
You really did ditch this woman, didn't you, Paul?
Oh man, Markusar, the heartbreaker.
She seems nice too. What the fuck's wrong with you?
There's a lot wrong with me.
I know! No need to tell us twice.
But, yes, he can be persuaded, as long as, at least to some degree, it is beneficial to him. She kind of laughs as she leads you into a small study. I guess if you can find out something he wants, he'd be offering to trade it. He usually deals in whatever he wants anyway, and he's obviously here for some reason, following you a lot around. I can't imagine he's here out of the goodness of his own heart. He left Haledon, he left Summerhost rather quickly after his father died. So the fact he's back is surprising to all of us. I guess if you can find out the reason he's back, maybe you can put an end to all of this. As much as I don't agree with him, and I don't agree with his people, and I don't agree with his beliefs, and I don't particularly agree with his personality, and I don't particularly like him, he still cares for his own people.
Yoshi's
Emphasis on
definitely into you.
own people. How big a bite of paper are you wanting? And she kind of laughs.
I pull out the map, about the same size.
I should have something. And she kind of searches through several scrolls. Some of them already have stuff on them, though she kind of puts them back and searches for more blank ones. This should probably do you, though I wouldn't get it wet. It's not the best parchment in the world. We don't really have I guess, other than the tanneries, we don't really have proper parchment.
That's
Here.
fine. I'll wrap the parchment up in the map. I'll take some charcoal. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Give her a salute, and then I'll head off to the sweet shop.
To
It
Freddy.
gets so weird that you're going to the sweet shop to try find this. It's like, of all people in town, it's the guy who bakes for a living.
It's the
Oh, that
confectionery
didn't sound
artist.
right.
I mean, you don't know what he's baking.
Oh my.
And apparently it has
Jesse, we
magical
need to
properties,
cook.
so...
Can you make magic meth?
Technically, yes.
That's session 11, guys. Let's stay on track.
But why would you?
That's kind of my query, is why would you? But Freddy's itself, so Freddy's Fancies, as the wee shop is called, is like a really old-fashioned corner shop in terms of its aesthetic. Kind of like the wooden pane windows with the wooden like almost like frosted glass. Really open glass door with almost in gold lettering the name of the shop scrawled across it. It seems to be very, I guess new would be the word, but at the same time it looks quite old. It seems very well cared for. The gentleman or the proprietor of the shop seems to take a lot of pride in its appearance and probably takes a lot of pride in the shop itself. Even as you head in, there is a strange mechanism that seems to ring the door, where you watch as several catches, several levers, and a small ball bearing runs down, and a swinging arm swings from one side of the door to the other, and in its like little arm on a little plate is like a little taffy sweet for you.
Take the taffy.
The arm, the moment the weight is lifted off, it swings back into the door, and you can see there is a jar at the side that drops another sweet into the arm. Where, upon rows and rows of jars of confectionery, you can see a very old-fashioned setup at the back for making hard candies, where a guess, relatively flamboyant man in terms of what he's wearing, but his appearance is quite normal. A man is currently, what's it called? Stringing taffy?
Yeah.
Against
Pulling
one of the metal
taffy.
hooks. Pulling, that's the word, pulling taffy against
Yeah,
one of
but
the metal
like
hooks
the
in the
hooks
wall.
are like going together and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Hello there.
Welcome! You're welcome to look around, as he kind of sets it from the hook and puts it across a metal bench. And if you can't find what you're looking for, I can most likely make it.
I'm gonna have a look around.
There is a variety of different hard candies of various different flavours, both alcoholic, non-alcoholic, fruity, even just some that seem very strange, almost using vegetable or grain extracts to create their flavours. But there's also just like tablet, there's fudge, various different flavours again. But there's also even like marshmallows and nougat.
Is there like pastry?
There are more pastries and cakes. You can kind of see more a glass cabinet off to the side, quite close to him, where it's open for him but closed for you. Where you can see like layered cakes, iced cakes. You can see like apple turnovers, like almost like baklava in terms of their style, and little pastry parcels. Even like little tarts with some cream on top. As you're looking around, the gentleman himself kind of sets himself up on one of his counters and spins himself round, resting his head on his hands and kind of just watching you peruse his shop.
I was told that I could come to speak to you about a favour. However, it feels rude to not purchase something first. So I'll take 3 of those apple turnovers, please.
Good choice. My grand's recipe, actually. Though I would like to say I've improved it over the years. As he kind of spins around and hops down. Takes out an old-fashioned grain bag.
Remember getting them when I was wee. So it's a wee bit of nostalgia.
Well, if it's a family recipe, I hope that, well, I do it justice. I know everyone does them differently. So I hope I've at least made them somewhat more nostalgically. As he kind of fishes them out and puts them in a paper bag for you and sets them up on the counter. Only 5 copper.
5
Oh.
copper.
Good prices.
I'll drop a silver down.
He kind of takes it, goes over to like, I guess a more money box, fishes out another 5, sets them down on the counter for you, lets them clink one after the other in a small tower. So, what's the favour?
I was told me and my compatriots are attempting to deal with the mysterious singing.
You want a spell? His face kind of just drops.
I was gonna ask. This could be a problem that you could solve with your practical skill. Magic doesn't necessarily have to be involved. I'm looking for ear blockages, ear blocking.
I mean, I have things that could do that, but they could also give you an infection as well.
Put taffy in your ears.
I mean, you could put like brown paper over it, and then it would be...
He kind of laughs.
I'm trying not to insult you. I understand that you are a man who takes pride in your baking, and you are a baker. You are a confectionery maker.
It's not that I don't do magic anymore. It's that the magic I do wasn't appreciated by the people teaching me magic.
And what was so wrong with your magic?
Well, I don't use a spell book. I don't have any normal magic. And I really annoyed the master of magic with my viola.
He's a bard.
Oh my god, he's a bard!
Yes!
Go.
Based.
I come from a small place called Kenreen. It's up north. I had some proficiencies with magic, and they thought that it could be good to send me to the Citadel. I could learn more there. Turns out they don't do magic the way we do magic. And I got fed up looking in books all day.
Well, that's their loss.
So I moved. I came here, took my grandma's recipe cards, and started my own business. And now I play in my spare time, and I get to make people happy in more ways than one.
This is a good man.
You are a respectable man with a respectable profession.
But yeah, I can help. It will make sure that you at least don't get an infection, and it might taste good at the same time.
Hell, sounds absolutely excellent. Just for way off future reference, right? You don't happen to do wedding cakes, do you?
Depends on
the
your
future.
tier and depends on your size, but I can pretty much make up anything. It's more size for transportation.
5-dimensional chess. Wulfric's playing the long con.
No, I've done several wedding cakes for in town. I did David's wedding cake when he got married to Amanda. So, yes. It's more just transportation. If you want something big, it's going to take a while to transport it. And horses and cakes, they don't mix.
Yeah, that's not gonna go well.
So it has to be something a bit more stable. So it has to
That
be
wasn't
usually
a pun,
shorter.
that was Scottish. That wasn't a pun, that was Scottish.
Don't believe you for a fucking second.
But yeah, I do cakes for all occasions and all flavors, really.
You don't happen to get any wild, like, blackberries in? Or like a jam? It's just that's her favourite, so like...
Actually, I could go and talk to the Oxblood Tannery. I know they don't tend to use them for eating purposes, they use them for dyeing purposes, but I could go and get some from there and start experimenting.
Wulfric has decided what he wants, and he's getting it.
The man's a romantic at heart. Let him be soft.
The soft boy is away from the party, which means he can now legally be soft.
Yeah, because no one's here to call him out on being soft. He's emotional when he doesn't have to be, like, stoic and dad-like.
Let him indulge in his non-toxic masculinity.
I could even see about going and getting a batch. How long are you staying in town? I can make up an experimental one, see how you like it.
We'll be in town a couple of days.
Huh, that's enough to make a jam. I could even add a few extra parts of sugar, and then it could be good
And
for
then-
the road too.
Yeah, just for something that can keep as long as possible.
I certainly can.
Yep. It'll be a wee while before I get back to her.
But about your ear blockage.
Yes.
The easiest way to do it would be creating a small bubble of silence. Basically, the catch would be, I guess this is where the problem comes in, is no sound could get to you, but no sound would be able to leave you either. At least for the duration.
How long does the silence last?
That's the other catch. I am not there to, I guess, influence the magic. You would have 10 minutes. 15 at a push. I mean, I could give you multiple. I could make a small batch. It wouldn't take long. I just have to imbue some hard candies. And that's creates your own small bubble. But again, yeah, you're kind of, I guess, in the small interim. If you take more than one, it doesn't stack the time. It just kind of ends in 10 minutes. And you have that, like, 30 seconds to a minute of possible noise.
Okay. Could you make 6?
Yeah, as I said, I can
Enough
imbue a small amount.
enough for an hour.
Yeah, I can do that. What flavor would you like?
What flavor of silence?
What flavors have you got?
Right now I have apple, orange. I even have some mint left over. They're quite interesting, though very strong. I have black licorice. I have some raspberries from Haledon. They're pretty sweet, along with some strawberries and some other wild berries. They usually make them good. I have a few cranberries too.
Have you ever had any flavors imported from the Gildenfeld?
No, I've not actually. I guess the closest I would have would be, well, my own herbs from Kinreen.
Have you got honey flavor?
Perhaps not what you're used to. Our honey down here is I guess a bit sweeter than most people like, so my honey selection doesn't often go off the shelf, as he kind of hops over the counter and takes down a jar that is almost full. I do make them, they just don't sell very well, as he kind of takes the top off the jar and allows you to try one.
Is this where did you get it from around about?
I get them from a druid in Haledon. She, I suppose owns an apiary, but the Green Hand don't really own anything. She more collects the honey from the hives. I buy them from her occasionally. It's wild honey from the Standing Stones.
Maybe go a bit. You got any of a tartar flavor?
Other than my citrus ones, your best bet would be licorice, but not everyone likes licorice.
I'll take 3 wild berry and 3 apple.
Again, goes down, takes some jars, sets them behind the counter, takes a collection of the sweets out of the jars. He sets them on a kind of paper bag, goes to the back of his shop, into what you can only assume to be his own living quarters, comes back out with a viola, as obviously to cast he needs to perform. As you watch him imbue these sweets with, strangely enough, you don't see a lot of magical effects, I guess, other than Ranaagash's fireballs, or even his magic missiles, but this is more, you can see almost like rainbow wisps floating through the air, like threads, and then almost like a little rainbow glow starts to appear over the sweets as he plays his melody. He is very, very talented in terms of his musical abilities. But you're not there for very long, as it's almost instantaneous when the glow starts to fade and he sets the viola upon the table. Here you go. As I said, they only do about 10 minutes.
I take my apple turnovers. I take the sweets, put them in, like, I presume they're in a separate bag.
Yeah, there is.
Thank you. I pop down 6 gold on the table.
It's not that much.
Consider it a thanks, a down payment for jam, and a deposit for a cake.
I'll put it in my ledger.
Wulfric doesn't like planning a day ahead. Wulfric prefers planning the entire year ahead.
Wulfric's the dad at Disneyland with a notarized itinerary.
It's like we need to go here, then here, then here, but if we're not here in this time, then we're waiting an hour in the queue, and we can't have that.
You better have written a theme park in the Gildenfeld so you can take the party to Disneyland.
I will absolutely. Do you think we could do that? Do you think we could work on a festival?
I think so.
Take us to a
There's
festival,
already a
Ewan.
festival.
Because I'm imagining there's a lot of apple orchards in the Gildenfeld.
Ooh.
So maybe there's like an apple
We're gonna
festival,
pop
like
apples.
Depends.
bob for apples, candied apples.
Depends on
apple
when you guys
pies.
get there. That's the only thing, because it depends on the season when you get there. Because you guys are heading into winter right now. Although in saying that, there is a winter festival in Ellerant, and I imagine essentially Ellerant's Christmas would probably be quite a big thing in the Gildenfeld.
You can take us to Christmas, Ewan!
Yeah, because you know what it would be close to, because Gildenfeld's partially based on Germanic culture, so we might arrive in time for like an Oktoberfest kind of thing.
Do it. Take us, Ewan. Take us there.
And then I'll head up to. You said you were going to the Lords, right?
We said we'd just meet you we said we were heading to the Lords, but we also said we'd just meet you at the Nightingale,
Right.
and in terms of time frame, we'd probably be on our way back around about now.
And we return to the Nightingale.
We do, yes.
Yes, please.
As we return to the Nightingale, as the evening starts to set in. Where Ran and Eidolon, you guys have been there for a little while, when Wulfric comes through the doors.
I give him a nod as he comes in.
Alright, I've acquired some stuff that can help us. But first, looks at Ran, looks like you've had a rough day, might need this, and he takes out the packet, or opens it up, and he tosses them all in apple turnover.
Yo!
Yay!
Team Apple
Pastries!
turnovers. All of the squad's here to have
Why am I not here
pastries.
for this?
Because you're in the woods with your cult.
Because you decided to be a cult leader.
Cult leaders don't get apple
I like
turnovers.
apple turnovers.
Well, he only bought 3. And we're not
Can I
sharing.
sit back with them?
Someone screenshot that with the "No talk me, I Angie."
Craig, you on it?
I've got the snipping ready. I've got Angie Paul.
Cool.
I have Angie Paul.
This is literally like almost like behind the scenes of the meme making.
But
As
yeah,
you all enjoy the apple turnovers. They are very, very good. They're not quite as good as the ones you're used to, Wulfric, but they do hit a little bit of the nostalgia button.
As I would just turn to Wulfric and just ask, do you have, as he'd question the word for a second, sealant for yourself and Ranaagash?
And he produces the bag that he holds open, and there are 6 individually wrapped taffies inside. Each of these are imbued with a casting of the spell Silence. Just pop one in our mouths and it creates the bubble. It only lasts 10 minutes though. So I take out I can clearly tell the colour differences. I figured wild berry. Would you prefer wild berry or apple?
Wulfric, who did you go to get sweets enchanted?
The sweet shop.
I feel that was a stupid question.
5 head.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Alright. I'm still gonna have...
My question. Ranaagash.
Which flavour
Wild berry or apple?
Which one would be like? Which would I be more likely to find in Maiar?
Wild berry.
Yeah, I would go for a wild berry then.
He hands the wild berries. Wulfric specifically chose the wild berry because he knew they'd be more nostalgic to Ran.
And apple is more nostalgic to him.
Yeah.
Eidolon sighs. I still do need to communicate with, as he just awkwardly looks at his own arm.
Yes, do you need to do that in private? Is there
if
a
I did it
process to it?
If I did it in this tavern, it's very likely that the people in here would also die.
Yeah, maybe not.
That's why I'm gonna do it somewhere else.
Should we head out towards the woods?
That's also one.
We can either head to the woods or we can head up and lock the door.
I think maybe we don't want to damage the tavern.
Good point. It would likely scratch most of the surfaces or break the surfaces. Let's go.
Right, let's go out to the woods.
As you all 3 of you head down to, I guess, the borders of Haledon and start to break into the wood.
This is the pastry gang.
As Eidolon,
boys.
I imagine as you kind of break through the tree line into Haledon, as the evening starts to come in, you can see obviously as you're wandering through the streets, people start to board up their houses, start to lock their doors, and when you break through the woods, I imagine you kind of take a little bit of distance from Ranaagash and Wulfric.
No, they can come with, though I would give them the warning if they do choose to.
Right, we'll keep cautionary distance. What would you say is cautionary distance?
How long is the arms of the astral cell? More than 10 feet away.
Okay, so we're gonna sit about 15 feet away. We're gonna find some stumps.
As Eidolon would more just sigh, and you'd be able to hear him say under his breath, "The trees are not gonna like this."
And he'll be fine, right?
Do I need to expend a key point for this?
No.
Technically, yes.
Well,
Ran,
if
he'll
you're
be fine,
activating
right?
the arms, yeah.
Well, that's how I
Yeah.
communicate with it. It needs to be active for me
Then,
to talk
yeah.
to it. That's how I've ruled it.
You want to play cards?
As Wulfric says that, there would be a massive eruption from about 10 feet away as they get very close to you, but the tendrils just stop about that 5 feet away. As it's almost as it activates, they dart towards the two of you, but then just stop as it reaches that distance.
No one that I've met in the past 6 months has been normal.
As Eidolon would more just look at his own arm in that sort of awkward sense. Can you talk?
I can if I have something to say.
Clearly you had something there to say then. I'm going to be heading into the forest.
You don't get a response.
Eidolon would more just sigh. I trust you've been listening to the different interactions I've been having through the town, and hence you'd know what that entails. We're going to head in at night when the song is active, which means I'm very likely going to be enchanted by the song. Will you do the same as you did in the Necromancer's Cave?
Do you wish me to?
When we reach the destination.
Very well.
Does this benefit you?
Perhaps.
Eidolon would cast his eye into the forest around him, because we're in Haledon right now, aren't we? Is this place at all familiar to you?
I cannot remember, but something in here feels familiar.
That's what I thought. Then it seems we both might have something to gain by heading deeper. Does Eidolon will just take his left hand, shake it, and dispel the arms?
Wulfric was going to go. That looks like it takes a bit out of you. I have a bit of taffy that I got for free. Would you like it?
Eidolon would more just turn around. Yeah, taffy sounds good.
He chucked him the taffy.
I catch it. Can I catch it? Deflect missiles. I catch it.
Flight missiles, taffy.
Not throwing it back at you though.
He's just like, here, have this. He just.
It would do damage.
As night falls and true, I guess.
Is that a short rest?
Technically, it would be a short rest, yes.
Key point!
As you're kind of almost waiting for the night to fall, and you do start hear it moving through the trees. You do start hearing a song, quite a beautiful melody.
I immediately pop in an apple.
Flavored taffy.
The moment
Fear of
that,
silence.
exactly, the moment that you and Ran eat the sweets, it's almost like your voice is taken from you. Even if you step on the twigs, there's no noise, but you can't hear a single thing either. Is there just a bubble of nothing around you? Eidolon, on the other hand.
I'd step away from them so that I'm not in the effect of the silence bubble by being close.
Does Ran have minor illusion?
No.
Prestidigitation?
I do have prestidigitation.
What I'm gonna do is I'm going to take out a different piece of paper that I have, because I presume I've got like
Yeah, you'll have scraps.
And
That's good. That's good. Also, Ewan, do you want to put that rope around me now?
Wulfric will go up and tie the rope.
Lasso him.
And Eidolon, I need a charisma saving throw from you.
Charisma, that's a -2. That's a 2. Hey, we wanted me to fail, so this is good.
That is true, yeah. As almost quite quickly you watch as Eidolon starts walking into the woods, not really paying the two of you any heed or any mind. The rope starts to go taut, and you almost walk him to wherever he's going, almost trying to make sure that he keeps some pace with you, as he can obviously move a lot faster than you two can, and that's not ideal in the grand scheme of things. As the three of you move through the wood, as you follow Eidolon, you don't know how long you're walking for before you get to quite a tall and a relatively very thick wall made from vines, trees, twigs, branches, even the grass, all intertwined, that seems to start to bend and fold away, where Eidolon...
Are we able to quickly slip in with him?
That's what I was about to say. Eidolon has safe passage, but I need yourself and Ranaagash to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no, Dex!
To see if you can get through as well. The DC's not that high.
Yeah, but they...
Oh.
Ewan is the one holding the... Oh my god, you two. Oh my god, you two. Alright, I guess I'm 1v1ing a boss.
I'm fine with taking damage.
Yes, okay, you're gonna take some damage.
I have a sword and I have a fucked up hand. I can kill a bitch.
Try me.
Try me, motherfucker.
As I need the two of you to make me a strength saving throw. As
I can do this.
As you're almost engulfed and enveloped in the wall.
Ewan, don't say that. Please.
I can do this!
Matthew
can't do this. As Wulfric and Ran, you'll take 18 damage. Wulfric, you're able to force yourself from the vines, you force yourself from the wall, you can almost rip it and tear it and push through, where you see Eidolon still starting to walk, but a lot slower towards the centre. However, as you're doing so, obviously you look back to see if Ran has made it through too. You can almost see the wall start to eat him.
Can I take out my axe, ignite it, and then bring it down?
Yes, you can.
Wrath of fire!
Give me an attack roll for your axe.
Right.
I'm also trusting my fucked up arm to know when to break me out.
26.
You hit the wall. roll me some damage for damaging the wall.
Fuck this wall, am I right?
All my homies hit the wall.
All my homies hit the wall. Just walk through the wall. Just walk through the wall. Go ahead.
What, like
So that should be +7. That should only be +4. So that's
alright.
10.
You watch as
And
the
then a
wall
D6.
starts to ignite. It starts to go up, it starts to crack as you start to split the wood. Ranaagash, you come tumbling out. You're a little bit toasty, just because burning wood is kind of sore. But you are able to pull him through, and thankfully, because of your silence bubbles, the noise of the axe didn't alert anyone or anything. Whereas with that, we will take a short break, and if anyone needs to go to the bathroom or get a drink, you can do so now, and we'll be back with you all in a little bit.
still on my sheet. I still have my temporary hit points from when we went to the water.
Oh,
Has that been a day?
You
Or have I lost?
you should have lost those.
Okay, I'll just delete. Because as far as I'm aware, I'm not sure if we actually took a rest. From we went through all the dungeon, we left, went straight to Summerhost.
You'll have taken a rest in the intermittent travel, so yeah, you'll have lost your temporary hit points. Matthew and Ewan, however, are still on. Well, Matthew's on single digits and Ewan's on the very narrow double digits as they got eaten by a wall.
Everyone thought Markusar was the first party member to die.
But all my recording stuff's fine. We are recording. We are back from break. However, we're actually going to leave my 3 boys in the woods, slightly injured.
I'm not injured.
You're not injured, but you are charmed, so is that better?
Yeah, because I have a plan.
It's the lesser of two evils.
As we will jump to, well, Markusar and Dorhallen, who are slightly further away in Haledon, though I guess starting to make a journey here. Markusar, you will have begun to hear this tune, you'll have begun to hear the melody. It is quite a hypnotic song, though Dorhallen took precautions, I guess, for the two of you to be able to at least block out the song to some degree.
Yeah.
Not the best, but not enough for you guys to get hypnotized.
Okay.
As not really sticking anything into your ears, it's more, I guess, old-fashioned earmuffs.
I don't have ears.
Are like the closest thing that we can get.
You know that scene in Harry Potter where they're dealing with the
yeah,
what they call
mandrakes.
It's just like those big fluffy earmuffs.
Just Markusar in a big pair of fluffy earmuffs. As they are, I guess, they're strong enough to block out the sound of the song, but they're anything very close to you two can still, I guess, go through them. Like, for example, the two of you talking to one another, or even like animals in the forest, if they're in very close proximity to you, you can still almost hear their noise echoing, but this soft melodic singing is blocked by the earmuffs. Can you give me a survival roll with advantage?
Ooh. Oh, wait,
you are with Dorhallen, so.
KH1 plus 3. No. Pound sign. 3. Oh, I didn't. I'm an idiot. I didn't do /R.
It's okay. We'll never learn. We'll never have mastered Roll20.
It's not great.
Master.
I guess the trails that you're walking haven't really been walked before. They're not really parts of the forest that you're particularly familiar with, and with that in mind, the two of you struggle a little bit to get your bearings and find your way through the wood, especially in the dark. He obviously has a little bit of sight, but it was more he advised that perhaps you shouldn't light anything, because if you're trying to sneak up on something or you're trying to investigate something, the worst thing you could possibly do is walk in with a torch.
Yeah, that's true.
But I guess the both of you are kind of having slight doubts in those ideologies, as you seem to be slightly lost in Haledon.
I swear I knew these woods.
You've been gone for a month. I should know these woods, and even I don't know. It feels different.
True. Everything feels unfamiliar. Where did Casper say the barricade was? Whatever we'd call it.
He said it wasn't too far north. At least by his own estimations. We should have found it by now.
I should tell you, this isn't the only funny business going on in the forest. When I went looking for Alania, I could detect a strange form of magic south of the Standing Stones. She seemed to have gone off in that direction, but I couldn't follow.
More problems for your great return, then?
It's not easy being king.
Easy, Tiger. Don't know if king's the right word yet.
Long-term goals. Let's focus on the mission.
That declaration is worrying.
It is. It very much is. We know what he's aiming for now.
No, I should have said it's not easy being green.
You missed such a good chance.
God damn it. Start talking like, it's not easy being green.
He said it anyway.
always the way to tell me.
Yeah, let's focus on the mission at hand.
Yeah, we can we can check up on your sister later. If she's even at camp. It's night, she'll have likely left.
Yes. I'm guessing my detect magic from earlier is not in effect.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I figured.
It'll have been a couple of hours. So.
Yeah, that's my thinking. Can I look at a stone and see which side the moss is growing on so I can get my bearings?
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, but he's also under
I've
a
heard that's
canopy.
not. Yeah.
It's good if you're out.
I've heard the moss thing actually isn't work.
It is. It's very, very good if you're out and about. But if you're under like a canopy of trees, it's a little bit harder because the moss tends to grow a lot better. I'll give Dorholland a survival and see if he does any better than you. I don't think so because his wisdom's not as high as yours. But
no one's as wise as me.
Yeah, no, you're still kind of wandering.
So great, we're lost.
A little bit lost in the woods, yeah.
I suppose I will do another detect magic to see if I can sense where this like area of the woods is. You know, that's been like barred off from the trees.
Can you give me a perception check, just while you're detect magicking as well?
Okay, that is a +2. I'm not rolling good.
This is a great start to the session. So,
yeah. I'm saving all the good rolls for combat.
Let's hope, shall we?
Yeah.
As you drop a detect magic, Haledon obviously lights up, as it always does whenever you try and detect any magical source here. You try and, I guess, pinpoint a stronger source than just the magic of the forest. And that's, I guess, where you get your bearings a little bit as, I guess, almost like a beacon, like sunlight splintering the trees, is quite a white light. Maybe, you reckon, maybe half an hour into the wood from the trail you're on. As you're kind of walking through it, it's almost blinding when you actually look at it, to the point that you kind of almost recoil and wince. But you get used to the light quite quickly. There is, put it this way, you've never seen anything in Haledon this powerful before. Even the standing stones don't emit this much magical energy as whatever is in this vicinity of you is.
Oh damn. Turn to Dorhol and it's like, I feel like it's this way.
Well, I've got no clue, so I'm trusting you on this one. If we get lost again, now I can actually blame you.
Have faith in me, brother.
Always. I've never lost faith in you. Doesn't mean I can't criticise you.
It's great. I wish you to hold me accountable.
The thing that I guess the two of you find weird, although for you it kind of coalesces with the seeing of the magic, is as the two of you start making your way towards this more magical source, you hear the music, the melody. You can almost hear a low drum just almost in the background. It disappears, it stops. The singing, the chanting, it seems to go quiet, and the only thing that the two of you can hear is the low crunch of the forest debris beneath your feet as you're making your way closer to the source.
With the power of a mystic force.
As
That's a joke only I get.
with Dorholland and Markusar making their way there, we return to my three boys.
Hello, that's
Let's go.
It
The
is.
turnover trio.
Where Wulfric, you have just pulled Ranaagash from the wooden wall that was trying to eat him, and slowly the bubbles of silence that was surrounding the two of you is fading. It's failing.
Yeah.
You'll have ran
Mood.
out of your sweets at this point,
Oh no.
Well, oh shit.
as you'll have used them all to get here. However, with the three of you, Eidolon, you are charmed, so obviously your perception of this will be a little bit, I guess, different. Is the three of you seem to find yourself in a walled-off glade. Looks like at one point it was some kind of civilization. There are ruined buildings, there are ruined walls, there are man-made stones scattered around, and there's even cobblestones, like obviously intertwined now with grass and moss, even flower beds. There are pathways moving through this glade. And at its centre, at least for Wulfric and Ranaagash, Eidolon, obviously you're charmed, you don't really see this. The two of you see a kind of almost fountain, although there's no centre, it's just kind of the pond or the pool that seems to almost glow or radiate. The water inside of it has this kind of small bubble of light above it, and surrounding it are, you almost have to double take, as at first you think they're trees, kind of small birches twisting and turning into one another, where they start to move and they start to look at you, and when they do, you see them take, I guess, a more feminine form. Ranaagash, these are creatures that you'll have never met, but you will have heard of. Given their description, these are likely to be Dryads. These are likely nature spirits that you have quite quickly caught the attention of, though their focus first fixes upon Eidolon, where, I guess for yourself and Wulfric, it's a little bit strange, as obviously people have been going missing and they've not been coming back, so you expect, I guess, a bit more hostility from these creatures, at least initially. Whereas when they kind of, I guess, sense Eidolon, they more, I guess, welcome him to a degree. You see that they try and, I guess, their song moves him over, their song pulls him forward.
I grip the
rope.
And that is when they kind of catch the sight of the two of you. Your silence fails, it fades, and the sweet melodic singing is replaced with, at least for the three of you, quite a shrill screech. In which case I need the three of you to roll me initiative.
Am I charmed still?
You are still charmed at the moment.
They stood on a Lego.
Record scratch. So I bet you're wondering how we ended up here.
Great
Yes,
first roll, Ewan.
Alright, so that's me. I bet you're wondering how I got myself into this situation.
We can only go up, but from here.
A 1 doesn't mean anything for initiative, it just means you come last. It's not that you get disadvantage on your first turn or anything.
Yeah.
Some GMs do it that if you roll a nat 1 initiative, you don't get your first turn and you have to wait for the next round to act.
Oh shit.
You fumble, which means your first round of combat you don't participate in, as you're either distracted by something, can't work out what you're doing, or in Ranaagash's case, can't find the correct runestones. So that would be 6, 7, and
Shit in the pocket.
as it is one of the Dryads first. Actually, yeah, it is one of the Dryads first.
I have a flaming axe in my hand.
You do, yeah, so this isn't going to be much of an issue for you, shall we say?
Tree burn.
To which case, Wulfric, can you give me a wisdom save?
Have you ever heard the sound of a rubber ball breaking a window?
What?
Would you like to? That's a 5.
Okay, that's a fail. So Wulfric, you are now charmed by a Dryad.
Right.
Nice.
Fucking.
We needed.
Nice going, idiot.
It is obviously your friend, and
Yes.
hilariously, you don't feel an inclination to attack anyone, at least not at the moment. Like, obviously when you're charmed, you usually see their enemies as your enemies, but no one here is an enemy. At least for now.
Don't like that statement.
Well, this is when we jump to Craig.
Hello.
And Craig's charmed,
Yes.
which means I'm Craig right now.
I have given
Oh.
you the command for what I wanted to activate, so
Yeah, I know.
we'll see when that is decided. This is
Yeah,
when me and
take
Ranaagash
the
just turn around. Me and Wulfric just turn around and start hitting Ranaagash, and Ranaagash on 7 hit points just dies.
So Eidolon, expend a key point for me.
Yes. I know where this is going.
Yes, DM.
DM.
So right now, no one is in range.
I don't like the sound of that.
Well, they're not within 10 feet to get smacked
Yeah,
up.
they're not in 10 feet to get immediately smacked up by him, but it doesn't mean he can't move to go and smack them up.
Is it my turn now?
Yeah. However, it's technically my turn.
Why is? Oh yeah, good point. Because I'm charmed.
Because you're charmed, and suddenly someone else takes control of Eidolon.
Yes, I'm aware, DM.
As the two of you, well, I guess Ranaagash more watches, as Wulfric is also charmed, as the now very familiar tendrils erupt from Eidolon. Though they seem to, I guess, engulf him a little bit more, they are a little bit more violent. And
Don't.
It's an art. They sever the rope. You watch as
No more rope for you, Wulfric.
no more rope. You watch as his head more cricks round to look at least the two of you. You can almost see him, I guess, grunt or groan or even sigh in a way.
No more rope.
And he then turns and goes to attack one of the Dryads instead.
About to aura the fuck out of this man.
I don't have my bonus action for flurry, so I cannot sadly. I cannot stand rush.
You can simply allow your my heart burns. His heart trembles.
And then +3.
His heart beats with a flame strong enough to burn. Sunlight yellow overdrive.
Hey, wait. I have reach on these, so I can literally do the. I can do the stupid hand extend.
You can do the stupid arm thing.
Yeah.
3, 6, 14. Okay. Pick a number between 1 and 5, Craig.
4.
47.
Wulfric, you're no longer charmed.
Fuck
I think I
yeah!
chose a good one.
As Ranaagash, you watch as Eidolon almost takes a few steps forward, extends his arm. You watch as the tendrils kind of swirl, they amass into almost like a spear and launch forward. They pierce through one of the Dryads and then almost explode and erupt, just sending shards of wood, bark, branches, leaves, splintering everywhere.
Did I kill one?
Yeah, you did.
Hey, nice start.
As Eidolon, I need a wisdom save from you.
Yo, trees aren't
the
shit.
woods, they're not my friend.
That's an 8.
Cool. I'm still in control.
That's fine by me. You seem to be doing more damage than I do.
As we have 2 more Dryads.
Dryads want me. Markusar fears me. Lately, I've been trying to spend a lot of mental energy trying not to develop PTSD.
Markusar does not fear you.
That's fine.
You
It's
should.
for the meme, Paul.
And then we've got one more.
The power
Give me a
of the
wisdom
ability-
save with advantage, Craig.
Advantage.
That's a 22.
Cool. As I guess again, this is quite strange for the 2 of you, or now for the 3 of you, with Eidolon taking over. The Dryads don't seem to attack. It's not their first thought, though they do seem to use a very similar magic that they used on Wulfric, or attempting to for Eidolon. 2 of them attempt to and fail. The 3rd one, however, manages to succeed. You see the tendrils almost start to, I guess, recede back into his arm. Something seems to have kind of come over him. Before he almost doubles over, almost winded. Eidolon, you are now back in control of yourself.
This'll do.
As Wulfric, it is now your go. There are 4 Dryads left.
Do they seem hostile?
They seem, I guess, trying to pacify you is the best way to put it. Though you might also perceive it as they don't really want to get close because you do have a burning axe right now and they are made of wood.
Alright.
If only you spoke tree.
I do not speak to the trees.
These trees do not speak Vietnamese.
I just think I'm gonna try and scare him off.
Shoo.
True
So-
tree people, go.
So
Be gone,
what I'm
tree
gonna do is I'm gonna take like a couple of steps forward. I'm gonna brandish my axe forward. I'm gonna start like spinning the blade,
Making it toasty.
and then I'm gonna hold it up while it's like full burning, and I'm just gonna scream and run at one of them.
This is how you deal with a type of bear.
Can I get an intimidation?
Oh, if it's
Wait.
brown, lie down. If it's black, fight back. Something like that
Something like
for
that.
bears.
You're not meant to fight any bears. I don't know where you're getting this information.
No, as in if you
Natural 20.
like, you're not supposed to fight the bear. You're just supposed to make yourself look bigger than the bear, and then
Yeah,
it'll just go away.
And then if it's a polar bear, you're fucked.
Yes, because they hate people.
They definitely seem, I guess, responsive is the way to your threat. They are very much backing away from the giant fire axe. They seem to almost, I guess, move into a small grove just away from you. They are still there, they are still watching you very intently, but they don't seem to be very fond of you, is the best way to put it. Is they are seemingly very, I guess, fixated on this glade. They don't want to seem to move from it, but they don't want to be anywhere near you.
I look around, see if there's any signs of the disappeared people.
Give me a wee perception check. This is a very strange turn for Wulfric. He's not attacking anything.
10.
10.
There doesn't seem to be any signs of, I guess, the people disappearing, though there doesn't really seem to be any signs of people here, just in general. Like, your guys are the first to leave footprints upon these cobbles. You can see that. Maybe there's bodies or people elsewhere in this glade, but in the immediate vicinity to you, it doesn't look like there's been anyone here in years.
I'm gonna end my turn. I don't think these things wanna... Wulfric doesn't think these things wanna attack us. Wulfric just thinks they're, like, scared, so he's trying to just, like, shoo them off.
I don't think they're scared, I think they're just more protective.
I'm assuming a non-nat 20 hits you, Wulfric.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I don't think intimidating them is
The 16.
a permanent solution.
Well, actually, no, it's not the Dryads that attacks him, as I now need to add plus bear.
Oh, there's a bear.
There's an actual bear.
Well, they're gonna get help. You're scary, you're on fire, they're made of wood, you're in their glade, and I guess they're a bit more worried about what you're gonna do. And from
the fucking bear.
a hedgerow, from a lot of the trees, from a lot of the shrubbery, a black bear, seemingly almost appearing from nowhere as one of the Dryads screams into the forest, runs and jumps and bites down on Wulfric.
How much damage do I take?
8.
Damn.
Oh, so barely any.
As you take 8
Craig.
damage, and you're being numbed by a bear.
Craig, shut the fuck up.
If it was anyone else, you would have done the same.
That's very true.
Don't be a hypocrite, Dad.
It's very true. These jokes are unbearably irresistible.
Ah, do you see? You see?
My sense of humor may be grisly, but I have my limits.
As Ranaagash, you are still trying to fumble, you're still, I guess, trying to work everything out with your nat 1, leaving you at the end of combat as we jump back to the beginning of combat with Craig.
Hello. I'd turn to Wulfric and just ask, actually, what do I want to ask? He's getting mauled by a bear right
I'm getting
now.
mauled by a bear!
Do you want help getting that off, or dealing with them?
What the fuck do you think? I'm being mauled by a bear!
I just shrug and just say, no, you're strong, you might have had it dealt with, as I'd run over.
I'm being mauled by a bear!
I'm assuming I still have the arms active.
Yes, you will still have the arms active.
Cool. I'm going to try and shove the bear off of him, because it's a strength check, which means I can use wisdom for this right now.
Cool.
So that is a d20 plus my athletics, but my athletics using my wisdom, the +6.
Wulfric is being mauled.
It's an 11, so not too high.
The bear does not move.
Cool. Instead, then, essentially just shoulder barge it, realize nothing happening. I'm just going to take the sword and just try stab it into the side of the bear.
Cool.
The shove can be one of your attacks in your extra attack if you have it. Shockingly, I do have extra attack. Does a 24 hit the bear?
Yeah, it hits the bear.
Cool. Just grabbing the sword with 2 hands, I'm just going to try essentially drive it into the side of the bear. See if I can actually roll any better damage today. I'm not good at rolling damage. Oh, and there's a 1 on a damage dice. That's 13 damage.
The bear's not dead.
How does it look though?
Not great. Bear not great.
Cool.
It
Essentially,
lets go of Wulfric.
Very not great.
If I've stabbed it in the side and it's kind of let go of Wulfric, I'll pull the sword out, take one hand off of it, and just go up to the bear and just try punch it in the nose.
Gonna boop its snoot.
I use my wisdom for this, but that doesn't change anything.
It's positive.
Does a 24 hit the bear?
Yes.
You already had a 24.
You're
but I
positively
got another one.
You're positively fucking up the bear.
Ewan, I'm going to positively fucking murder you.
I would like to see you positively try.
It's 5 damage on the bear.
Bear's still alive.
Is he barreling, holding on?
Matthew!
I can't bear these jokes any longer.
He's clawing onto life.
I need to find animals you guys can't make puns out of.
This is the polar opposite of where I want to be right now.
It's a
Polar
fate,
bear?
It's a fate.
Ah!
It's a fate Ursa than death.
That's the end of my turn. I've almost killed a bear.
You know what? You chucked in some Latin. Good job. A fate Ursa than death. That's good.
No, don't compliment him on it.
Ranaagash, can you give me a wisdom
Don't.
saving throw?
Okay.
How good does this bear look, by the way?
Not great. It's not.
I mean, he's
great.
pretty handsome, but he's
Oh,
Oh,
He's
why
wearing
do you
like a-
think bears are
That's better.
handsome?
You're fine.
Oh, we're
You're
furry?
not charmed.
the bear's wearing a little red T-shirt.
No, he's actually wearing a nice little blue raincoat and a red hat.
I don't read that.
Are we fighting Padding Bear?
I fucking hope not, because I just stabbed him.
No, it's just you hear, why are you doing this? Why are you attacking me? Because I'm smarter than the average bear, boo boo.
Is this how
I
you
need to
expected this
steal-
combat to go, Em?
I need to steal the picnic baskets.
Is this how you expected this to go?
Eidolon,
Hello.
does a non-nat 20 or a 21 hit you?
Is that like with an advantage attack or what?
No,
Or is that
it's
two
two
attacks?
attacks. As I die inside as you continue to make bear-based puns. Jokes.
Are they unbearable?
I'm gonna make the 20 miss, but the 21 hit.
Okay.
Is this a projectile?
Nope.
Is the bear a projectile?
It's not the bear's dryad.
Is the dryad a projectile?
Technically, if you threw it, it could be, but no. As you take 10 damage, as two of
Oh,
the
what a
dryads,
pissy bitch.
seemingly very fearful of Wulfric, turn their attention to you instead.
What a pissy motherfucker.
And then Wulfric, it's your go.
The bear's off of you.
Now Eidolon is fighting the bear and two druids. Druids? Dryads.
Now, the dryads may be innocent, but I'm gonna murder a bear.
This poor bear! What has it ever done to you?
Maul him!
13.
That hits the bear.
Make a motherfucker say, oh yeah, I'm cold as a lion with no hair. If you see me fighting in the forest with a grizzly bear, help the bear! That's 16 points of damage. Oh my god!
Max
That was
damage!
max damage on a bear.
a
How many
bear.
hit points did the bear
Bear
have?
had 1 health. There's no more bear.
You just cleaved the bear in half.
It's burnt bear.
Yo,
Only
at least
you
we got
can
lunch.
prevent forest fires. Looking
You
pretty.
just killed Smokey the bear.
Only you can cause forest fires also, apparently, Ewan. You've still got your other attack, though.
Smokey the bear knows a lot about the woods, so surely he should know that you don't approach someone with an axe in the woods.
Especially an axe that's on fire.
That's literally horror movie 101.
I mean, yeah. But yeah, do you want to use your extra attack, or are you kind of holding it there?
I'm gonna hold it there.
Cool.
Bonus action. Second wind.
Smart man.
Very smart, considering I think a 19 hits you.
I got 15 hit points back.
Ewan just rolled max on everything except his attack roll.
Quite
Can a
literally.
19 be a 6?
Can a 19 be a 19 can be a 6, Matthew?
Let's
Okay.
go.
I'm gonna use my numbers. I'm gonna do the funny
Is
divination wizard.
you
Thing.
only now have a 12.
That's fine.
Which
I
is
can use
actually
that,
that's a pretty good roll, to be fair. As the dryad, whose bear that you've just killed, attempts to attack you, however misses. Some strange force coming over her, as perhaps this hit was never meant to hit you.
I don't think we're scaring off these dryads, Ewan.
And then Ranaagash.
It's murder.
Okay.
time.
Is it murder time?
War crimes.
You're kind of conflicted because they don't really seem to. They seem to be trying to pacify you guys to some degree, but at the same time, they now seem to be very hostile towards Eidolon. Only one of them seems to be really hostile towards Wulfric, but you're likely assume that that's because he just killed her bear.
Yeah.
Don't kill a woman's bear.
How much do I know about Dryads? Or is it just that they are Dryads?
Give me either a history or a nature, whatever you're more proficient in.
Make that. Let's go for history.
The Dryads themselves are, I guess, more of a myth or a legend to your people. Very few people have actually seen them, and those who have seen them don't really talk of them very fondly. They're supposed to be quite hormonal, quite temperamental, quite aggressive, though mostly towards people who damage their forests or the wildlife, or don't pay it enough due respect. They are otherwise quite pacifistic. They tend to stay away from people, or are said to stay away from people if people stay away from them. These seem a little bit different in the sense of Dryads are quite, isolationists. There's usually not very many of them. It's usually kind of one or two, usually protect a grove. They usually stay quite close to their mother tree. There doesn't really seem to be anything like that here. These almost seem to be, for Ranaagash, it kind of almost gives you memories of the elders from the encampment. A group of people who seem to all be connected to one another, who all seem to be protecting something and seem to be communicating with one another. They seem a little bit more sentient in that sense than your typical Dryad, shall we say.
Okay. Maybe it's not murder time, you know. I don't know how many non-murdery spells I have. And message doesn't specify that they need to understand you, but I kind of assume that that's the case.
I think the kind of stipulation for it is they need to at least understand one language.
Mm-hmm.
At least for most telepathic spells.
Yeah, the description does not specify anything to do with languages, so I may just... So let's see what happens if I just message one of them and just be friendly or something very basic, or no harm.
Please don't murder us.
Yeah, while probably walking forward with hands up, no runestones, no trap.
Are you trying to get one of the ones that are attacking Eidolon, or the one that's on Wulfric, or the one that's kind of just, I guess, lingering?
Let's go for the lingering one, because it's less distracted.
Cool. You send the message to them, obviously starting to make your approach. They catch sight of you, they catch eye with you, but they don't seem to respond. They almost just seem to... It's almost quite entrancing for you, just look at you.
Okay. Can I get a vibe check on the look? Is that possible?
Vibe check. I want a vibe
I think
check.
insight is a vibe check.
You can give me an insight.
Insight, is it? I want to know if it's okay, that's
Hello.
a lot of +2s tonight.
Is it me?
Can you
give me a wisdom saving throw?
Oh no.
I
think it's about to charm you, Matthew.
You pass as you vibe check the wood a little too hard. And it does seem to almost be focusing its attention to, again, attempt to charm you, attempt to manipulate your mind.
Okay.
Though its attention now seems to be very focused upon you.
Oh boy.
Don't sleep with the tree. Don't consider that.
You couldn't, but I'm assuming you
Can you
can't do
love the
anything
tree?
else.
No, I have no bonus actions, basically.
Casters.
I have one, and I don't think heroism is very useful at the moment.
As Eidolon. Sure, go.
Have I noticed the attempts by these two to try and essentially placiate the trees?
To a degree. Obviously, you'll have kind of got the tail end of Wulfric's intimidation to the trees, which seemed to have worked until obviously they called for help. And you see that Ranaagash isn't attacking either. However, the trees or the Dryads themselves do seem to be very focused on you.
I mean, that makes sense. I'm not surprised by that, but
there's now a very dead patch of ground in their glade because of your blight. So,
does it look like the attempts to calm them down have actually been effective, or do they still look hostile towards us?
You're not too sure, as they still seem to be, I guess, very hesitant to attack, but or at least very hesitant to attack Wulfric. But it seems to be that now that the more pacifistic attempts are failing, they are resorting to the more violent attempts to at least calm you.
So they either wanted to charm us to bring us into the forest, but now that the charms are failing, they're just trying to kill us.
You can assume so, because at least from how they're trying to hit you and how they're hitting you, that's definitely the vibe you're getting.
Cool. I'm just going to take a side then. I'm going to make probably 3 attacks against the one that was actually successfully able to hit me.
Cool.
So that's a 22.
That'll hit.
A 16.
That'll hit.
And a 11.
That'll also hit.
All of those hit?
Yep. It's a tree.
Alright. Here we go. So, first attack deals 19 damage.
Okay.
Jesus.
Is it still alive?
Yep.
Next attack deals 14 damage.
Dead.
Cool. So then just taking the sword, two-handing it, driving it through the first Dryad, and then just, I imagine, just as it screams, yank it up the way and slash through its head. And then essentially just using the last part of it, more just letting the sword fall down for a second, taking the left hand off of it, and more just uppercutting the one left.
It's going down.
That's 5 points of damage to that one, but force, just in case that matters.
He DC'd after making a terrible joke.
That's 38 damage that round, that's not too bad.
The Dryad fails to hit you, Craig.
Boo-hoo, cry harder.
Does a 13 hit you, Ranaagash?
Just. Because that's.
Do you have your mage armor up?
Yeah, that's. With mage armor, it's 13.
You don't have a dex!
This is the dangerous time, Matthew.
Oh boy.
Oh, this could knock him out.
There's a 1 in 8 chance this kills me. Or 2.
2 and 8.
1 quarter. 1 in 4.
This is max damage at 14.
Yep, he's down.
Which is currently double the hit points you're on right now.
Yep.
The Dryad almost seems to disappear. It kind of steps back, seemingly stepping back through a kind of fallen log and some moss and some debris. And you kind of almost try and look to find it. You try and look around to catch sight of it, and you kind of spin on your heel and see it just emerge from another pile of debris not too far from you, where it more just kind of, I guess, backhands you. Knocking you prone quite quickly. Wulfric.
Can I try and stabilize Ranaagash?
You would have to move to go and get to him, so you would get an attack of opportunity by the Dryad that's currently annoyed at you for killing her bear.
Could I, yeah, I'll take it. I'll do it.
12.
Misses. I'm gonna run over and I'm gonna try and stabilize Ranaagash.
Give me a medicine.
Alright, let's see that first aid that the Iron Dragon taught you, Ian.
2.
Remember, he's not great at it.
He's not great at it.
However, it's not a nat 1, so it's not a failed death save.
Thank fuck.
However, because it is a 2, you also think that Ranaagash is in critical condition.
Eidolon, he's not looking too good.
As she is going to attempt to attack you. I'm assuming that will hit you, Wulfric, on a 22?
Yep.
Wulfric, I appreciate the attempts at pacifism, but I think it's about time you start burning some trees.
7 damage.
Couldn't have given him the 7 and me the 14.
I could have, but the dice like you more than they like him.
Oh.
As she seems to follow you, quite intent on at least taking you down to some degree.
God, will you? Fuck off.
As Ranaagash, for the first time in this campaign, can you make me a death save?
Matthew's already died once in a D&D game
Oh
recently.
boy.
Oh no!
That's 2,
Question.
Matthew. That's 2 death saves.
Question. Can I use my portent on that?
No, you're not
No.
conscious.
Oh, damn it. Does it say I need to be conscious?
I think you need to be conscious for your portents, don't you?
When you finish a long rest, roll d20 record numbers rolled. You can place any attack roll, saving throw, or ability check made by you or a creature you can see with one of these foretelling rolls. Chooses this before the roll? Nah, before the roll. I've rolled
so
it, so I can't.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can use it because death throws are considered a type of saving throw, But you already took the nat one.
Yeah, you already took that one.
Yeah.
I just assumed that you couldn't because usually for effects like that you have to be conscious.
Yeah.
So that's
Which is weird.
So that's kind of cool that it doesn't actually state that, because then technically you can, if you're unconscious, you can still, by the wording, use your portents.
Yeah,
I'm
read as
giving,
written.
I'm giving a little check online.
Big man Jeremy Crawford says,
Yes.
Important work on death saving throws, or saving throws. The feature doesn't say you need to be conscious.
So you've got it, Matthew. You can do that. Just don't roll your death save next time.
2 fails to come up with 1 success.
Oof, this is sketchy now. Eidolon.
Hello, is it my turn?
Yeah.
Alright,
This
so...
was supposed to be the easy combat. Although in saying that, I didn't think you get eaten by a wall.
Ranaagash is dying on the ground.
Yeah. And now, true to his word, though he was a little bit unsure at the beginning, yeah, he's kind of in critical condition.
Would it be an action to try help him or a bonus action?
It would be an action. And you also still have a Dryad attacking you.
You know, I can disengage as a bonus action though,
That
if I
is
expend a key point. Yeah, I can. No, actually, I'm just going to move away, take the hit, and try help Ranaagash.
14.
Misses. I'm good. Essentially, I'll just take a step away. I'm assuming it tries to rake a claw across me or something.
It does, yes. Almost trying to grab you as you dart away.
I'd essentially just take my left hand, step out the way, grab its arm, and then just almost push it back slightly. As I'd run over to Ranaagash, essentially just slide down so that by the time I get to him, I'm already in the ground next to him. Take out a few basic medical supplies and try my best.
Give me medicine.
Is that a medicine? If this is a nat 1, Matthew, I'm sorry. I've got a +3, and I think that's the best we've got at the moment. That's a 13.
1 success, Ran.
Noted.
Essentially just targeting the main wound point, essentially just wrapping bandages around it, just keeping a hand on it to keep pressure on it. Not the left hand, though, because that would kill him. Taking the right hand and just keeping pressure against it, so I've got the sword on the ground for now.
A lot of it doesn't seem to be open wounds, it seemed to almost be impact wounds.
Wait, is there a Dryad near me right now?
Yeah, there's 2, technically.
As in the one that was attacking me or the one that was
So
attacking
there's the
Wulfric?
one that attacking Wulfric, and then there's the one that knocked Ran unconscious.
It's okay.
I'm gonna, since I have reach with my arms to the astral self, I'm gonna punch the one that knocked Ran unconscious whilst I'm keeping the wound closed on Ran.
Don't worry, he's got internal bleeding.
That's what the blood's supposed to be.
Does a 10 hit? I'm assuming not. I'm gonna say I'm just focusing on keeping Ran alive for now.
It's more kind of an offhand, a backhand attempt. So I've got 2. 1 will miss you, and the one that is, or was, knocking Ranaagash unconscious will hit you, Eidolon.
With a what?
22.
Yep, can't shield that.
However, the one that was originally attacking you missed.
What was that, Ewan?
I was gonna say, I don't have the specific fighting style, but would I be able to use my reaction to get in the way?
I am looking good, by the way, Ewan. Like, my health is looking good.
Okay, never mind then.
How many hit points are you on, out of curiosity?
I'm on 11.
I'm on 32. Let me take this.
Yeah, you're doing better. You're doing
Take
better
this.
than me.
That is 7 damage.
As Matthew bleeds out on the floor.
To which case, Wulfric.
Alright. The one, which one knocked down Ran?
The one that now seems to almost be retaliating against Eidolon.
I'm gonna sprint directly at it. And it said, "The fuck you doing? You keep your hands off that boy."
That'll hit.
It's time for Wulfric to kill a bitch.
Ignore that! I did the math wrong!
Rolling 1d212. Wulfric deals 142 damage and kills everything in sight.
Wulfric can
It's a
dream.
curve that rage.
Wulfric can dream.
I can re-roll ones. That's 15 points of damage.
So that'd be cool. You send the Dryad burning like fresh tinder. She almost screams as she goes up in flames.
Where's the one that had the black bear?
She's not too far from you. You can almost even spin to get her.
Is the one he just attacked still alive, by the way?
No.
Very dead.
Does an 18 hit that one?
That also hits, yes.
I can reroll 1s and 2s. It's marginally better.
It's one better.
Slightly better.
Can it give me a wisdom saving throw?
10.
Wait.
Fail. It has just been afflicted by my menacing attack, which means that it is now frightened until the end of the next turn. Until the end of my next turn.
As this one almost runs away, it is frightened of you as it runs away on fire, and you watch as it crumbles and turns into ash and charcoal at the end of the path. As this one also dies. It's almost
You
like
killed it with your menacing attack.
it's almost like magical fire is effective against magical wood.
You are funny like that.
Only that.
Yeah.
Now for the danger roll.
Matthew.
I'm gonna, why would I make a danger roll when I can just burn that 12?
Good choice.
I like how M
Good
said this was
choice.
supposed to be the less bad encounter, and yet Matthew has already burned both of his portents and is on 2 failed death saves.
Yeah.
Matthew, is this deja vu? You've been
Let's see.
here before recently.
If I come back up on 1 HP and then die, it'll be deja vu.
You weren't on 1, you raised up to 7, and then I death rayed you with 10d10.
Yeah.
Come back. I lost my book. Book is back. Eidolon.
Hello. Okay, so are there any Dryads left?
There's one.
Where?
She's about 10-ish feet from you.
I'm gonna choose to leave that to Wulfric, and I'm gonna keep my attention on helping Ranaagash. I'm sorry if I roll in that 1 here. I really am.
I don't want to look.
As an 11.
11.
Ranaagash, you are now stabilized.
Oh, yes.
As the wounds weren't too severe that I guess it needs major treatment. As I said, a lot of it was impact damage, but you are obviously still unconscious. As you
I can't do anything else with my turn.
as you are stabilized, but you need obviously actual healing to properly bring you back up.
As I'll essentially just like I guess I'm assuming he's still unconscious, right?
Mhm.
I'd essentially just pick up my sword and essentially just step in front of him, between him and the Dryad, in case she comes over and tries to attack the unconscious form of him.
Cool.
Just one-handing the sword though.
Positives, she's not. She's going to try and attack Wulfric because he's now just murdered not only the bear, but 2 of her friends. A non-nat 20, Wulfric.
Yep.
However, only 8 damage.
Still think he's on single digits.
You're still up. He's
I'm
on
still
single
up.
digits, but he's still up. That's the main thing. As Wulfric, it is your go.
I'm just gonna make 2 attacks.
That'll hit. 12. 15.
Is that enough?
That will be enough to kill it, yep. As you set it ablaze, now looking relatively exhausted. And the 2 of you have a moment of reprieve.
I'm just gonna stay. Essentially, if it's clear that's it, I'm gonna sheath my sword and essentially just get down to Ranaagash, more just helping with his breathing by getting him into a more comfortable lying position.
Yeah, we'll use this opportunity to take a short rest.
Will you? As Eidolon, I need you to make me a perception check.
Oh, I'd have to make one. Oh boy. That is a non-nat 20. So 1 higher than my passive.
As it's something you notice quite quickly, Wulfric is something you catch on to, I guess, a little bit later. When you kind of get over, you kind of tend to Ranaagash, the 3 of you begin to gather more, I guess, near a crumbling wall, kind of propping him up a little bit just to help him out, as he's kind of almost slipping in and out of that consciousness state. Strangely enough, you notice that the 3 of you are stood or sat almost in water, as the grass seems waterlogged. And Eidolon, you notice that the pool itself is empty. As I need Ran, you'll fail.
Oh no.
But
If
I
I've
need,
noticed this, Actually, continue.
I need Wulfric and Eidolon to make me a dexterity saving throw, but you will have advantage, Eidolon, because
If I've noticed
with
this,
your 19.
can I grab Ranaagash and essentially try, if it's a dex save, dodge out of the way whilst grabbing him?
That's
I'm okay.
18.
Does that remove my advantage, or do I still have advantage?
It will remove your advantage, and obviously you might take some damage if you fail.
That's okay. I'm trying to help Ranaagash with this one. That's a nat 20! So a 26!
Nice!
Power of friendship.
As you notice that, you almost pick him up, move him out the way. Wulfric, you are managed to, I guess, a bit more deftly move out of the way, a little bit faster than you're used to, as it kind of catches you by surprise. As the water seems to plume in the middle, almost rising like a geyser, and then expels out as a wave, almost trying to push you guys out, as it forms almost like an elemental into the shape of an octopus. Whereas I'm gonna leave the three of you for a moment whilst I make a wee note in my book, because I need to carry these over. 6, 1, 13. And I need to roll for this, which is a 14. As Paul,
Yes.
yourself and Dorholland have traced and tracked the magical energies to quite a thick wooden barrier made of pretty much every kind of part of the forest debris you can think of. Quite tall, very thick, almost seems to be alive. You can even see it moving in your detect magic now that you're closer to it. However, you notice, obviously Caspar told you of an area he attacked with, I guess, more negative magics. And you can see that the wall itself has likely repaired itself since then, but not fully, as there is quite a large gap in the kind of back end of it, where you can kind of see through into this very ruined set of buildings, these very ruined structures.
How do you suppose we pass this?
We could climb through the hole. You'd need to give me a boost though.
Can we trust it?
From the damage that's done, it doesn't look like it's going to be doing anything to us anytime soon.
I suppose I'll toss a dwarf then.
I said give me a boost, no toss me.
That's fine. Lord of the Rings, don't tell the elf. Okay, I give Dorholland a boost through the little hole.
As he kind of hops over, and then I'm assuming you kind of climb over after him. It's not too difficult for you. You do almost feel as you're taking steps on the wall, though you can feel the vines try to grasp at your claws, try to entangle you, but you are able to shrug them off, you are able to move through, move over the wall, into this kind of very unfamiliar glade. You walked Haledon hundreds, thousands of times with your father. You walked them hundreds, thousand times more with Dorholland and members of the Green Hand, and you don't recall ever seeing a place like this. It feels just like the Standing Stones, it's just as warm, there's just the same amount of flowers growing here, and you've never found ruins like this in Haledon before. There's never been any sign of a civilization in Haledon before, in fact. This is all seemingly new to you, it's almost as if it's just appeared out of nowhere. However, as the two of you move through the glade, move through the ruined buildings, you're met with a relatively interesting sight, as you are there to catch the tail end of the geyser, as you kind of see Eidolon grab hold of Ranaagash and quickly dart out of the way, and you watch Wulfric do the same, as this very physical elemental, it's not like a traditional elemental in the sense of it's conjured by some magic, this thing's almost alive, takes the form of a giant octopus. And I need yourself to roll me some initiative, as you will join this too.
Cool.
Welcome to this victory royale. Welcome to this battle royale.
How many
Nice.
hit points are you on?
Big. Me?
No, Wulfric.
Same amount as what Paul just rolled for initiative.
3.
So it's 1, 2,
I still have my arms, don't I?
3. Yep. 5.
I
And
did.
Matthew's last again. As first in initiative is the Unpleasant Octopus.
Oh, what a pleasant name.
Sadly, it's not actually called that, but he can be
Sounds
called
like,
that.
he's a bit of
called
a, sounds like he's a bit of a sucker.
Oh gosh, I hate you so much.
He's on 3 hit points. We could kill Wulfric right now.
Yeah, but then he's just gonna bring something worse back.
Listen. You got the gruff dad with an emotional center. I have 2 character types. You get the gruff you get the gruff dad with the heart of gold, or you get the angsty e-boy, and like that's your only two options.
That's your.
I'll be completely honest with you, Ewan. I think Wulfric's my favorite character of yours I've seen. I just love him so much.
I love him
I'd have
as
to be
well.
honest with that.
A 13 doesn't hit you, Wulfric, but I'm assuming a 21 will hit you, Eidolon.
Oh, why does water hate me? Yes.
Can you give me a strength save as well?
Yep. Do I use my wisdom for that?
I'm
I
about
need
to
to
get
check.
murdered.
No, you pass. I use this with my wisdom, so that's actually a +6.
This is for holding on to Ranaagash.
That's an 11. 5
No.
plus 6.
I'd say you drop him for that. Not enough to damage him, but he's no longer in your grasp. As Eidolon, you take 8, 12, 15 damage.
I love going down to just double digits.
As one of these watery tentacles lash out, they attempt to hit Wulfric. Again, almost startled, he's able to dodge back, but you're a little bit, I guess, a little bit less mobile now that you're carrying Ranaagash, and it just knocks you back, almost knocking you prone. As to save yourself from, I guess, falling, and obviously Ranaagash falling on top of you, you kind of just, I guess, throw him into a pile of flowers. Yes, Craig?
Was the tentacle a projectile?
No.
Okay.
It does have projectiles. This is not one of its projectiles, so don't worry.
You know, for someone whose hobby involves shooting things, you really have a narrow idea of what a projectile. You have a really wide idea of what a projectile is.
Hey, you don't know what you can put into a gun and still have it fire surprisingly efficiently.
Can you put a foam packing peanut?
I might fucking try it next time when I'm near you.
That's a threat.
No, that sounds like a promise.
Is it my turn?
Yep.
More just putting Ranaagash down, more taking the sword back out, using the fucked up arm just to wipe off some of the water. Do I see like Markusar and his dwarf friend have entered the arena?
With your passive perception, yes.
I turn around, make eye contact with Markusar. I guess just putting aside everything that's happened, I just point with the tendrils towards Ranaagash and just say, "He needs attention," before moving towards the large water. And as much as it is just water, is there any physical part of it? I'm assuming it's kinda. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
It just seems to be living water.
Cool.
Pretty
So
wet.
first, I'm just gonna take the fucked up hand and just try punch into it and see if that has any effect.
Cool.
We're just trying to let the essentially the more magical energy, see if that can seep into it a little bit more. Does a 8 hit?
No.
Cool. With the second attack in that case, more just dragging it back, taking hand on sword, just trying to slash through it instead, seeing if it has any pleasant or unpleasant reaction to that. 26.
It does seem to, I guess, have some reaction to it, but you more kind of scatter the water, I guess, out over the grass. You can roll me some damage.
That is 22 damage, and it can it please make me a Constitution saving throw?
Can try. 5.
Cool, so essentially taking it with both hands, slashing into it, Eidolon would then take his hand off his sword, let the energy course into his hands, and place it against where he's able to scatter the water, and just let these, like, the tendrils essentially seep into the creature, almost detaching themselves from his own hand, as it's now stunned until the end of my next turn, which means it can't do anything until my next turn is over. I'm happy with that.
Oh,
That's a key point. And then, since it's essentially stunned now and essentially being kept in place, I'm going to drag back some of the energy and just try punch it again. But it has advantage now.
I should have really taken more space for this.
Does an 18 hit?
Yes.
That is 6 additional force damage.
Your punches seem to be a bit more effective than your sword.
Well, it has resistance, sword.
Who's up next?
It's Dorhallen. Which I need to check something.
Oh no, he's gonna see my fucked upness.
Yeah, he is.
Ugh.
Who gives a shit? He's a cultist.
Ah, good point.
hey,
I'll just kill him
he's my
afterward.
brother.
Yeah. So, by the
Your
way,
brother in a coat.
in its state now, it is incapacitated. It cannot move, cannot speak. Well, it can speak, just only falteringly if it can. It automatically fails strength and dex saves. Our attack rolls have advantage against it, and because it's incapacitated, it cannot take any actions, bonus actions, or reactions.
Just a note. He may be your brother, But depending on how this situation goes, he may also end up being a target.
Modifier, which is only 2.
Because, like, if we have to run from this thing, Paul, Dorholland is slower than the rest of us.
It's a dwarf.
He's a dwarf.
5, 10, 12. So Eidolon. In fact, 2 minutes. I need to check the radius because he technically depends on how close he is to Wulfric. Radius. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I literally just had this open.
I got a stunning strike off. I'm chuffed.
Good job.
You may have set me up hook, line, and sinker for something excellent.
He's just gonna action surge and just tear
Yes,
into it.
4 attacks with advantage.
Okay, so it'd be everyone bar Wulfric because you're not close enough. Sorry, Wulfric. You regain 12 hit points.
I'm alive.
You are alive.
Is that mass healing word?
Mass cure wounds.
Mass cure wounds?
Yep.
That's a 4th level spell?
5th level spell.
It's high.
Oh, I should have gone with my gut.
As Dorholland, you can see him kind of almost turn to you, Markusar. I'd focus your efforts on the water. I can take care of your friend. As he takes a few steps forward and Moore puts his hands to the ground, and you see very familiar white light. You're used to Dorholland casting magic as the runes start to carve through the dirt, through the earth, through the flowers, and Eidolon and Ranaagash begin to glow, and you're both healed 12 hit points.
The glow up.
The glow up. Wulfric. It's your go.
I'm gonna make 4 attacks with advantage. First one,
That didn't work.
it didn't.
You forgot the slash.
No, I didn't.
Typo the
I
slash with a
accidentally,
full stop.
my finger went over.
He fat thumbed.
22 will hit.
Is it just a +3 to hit?
Because that should be a 26?
Yeah, it should be 26. 17 damage total.
What type of
Second
damage
attack.
is this, Ewan?
Fire.
Oh, it takes fire damage.
It doesn't seem to not take fire damage.
This is good. Keep it up.
17 will also hit.
Action surge.
That will hit.
Reroll that.
You're rolling for a lot of the same numbers tonight, Ewan.
Yeah.
The consistency is quite nice.
It's appealing is the word.
There you go.
Do you want to do a maneuver on one of them, Ewan, and try knock it prone?
Actually, yeah. Final attack. Can it give me a strength saving throw?
It automatically fails that.
Oh, yeah, so
it cannot
it-
be knocked
it-
prone.
It'll still take 7 extra damage.
But you still take the damage!
As you try to knock it prone, and you almost end up shoulder barging through the water.
End my turn there.
Markusar.
Yes. Well, my initial plan was to heal the party, but it seems like Dorholland's on that.
Wulfric is still dead.
Yeah, he did miss Wulfric.
Okay, well, I'm going to... how far away is Wulfric from me?
He's not really in your touching reach for cure wounds. He's maybe about 35-40 feet away.
Okay, well, I shall cast Healing Word on him at 3rd level, sorry. So that is... 11 hit points back.
Thank you very much.
I don't really have much else I can do right now, so... Yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Yeah, just call it there.
You could bonus actions.
Unless I
this
can attack
level.
it with a second...
I mean, healing word's
could,
a bonus
but-
action. You could attack it normally. So,
Okay.
like, you could
Can I
attack
run-
it normally,
But
or...
if I can't get to... My thinking was that if I can't get to Wulfric, then I can't get to the thing, because isn't Wulfric, like, between me and the...
No, he's on the
Since you
other
used
side
your-
of it.
Since you use your
Okay.
bonus action to cast a spell, you can still use your action to cast a cantrip.
Ooh.
So if you got another, I guess, damaging cantrip or a
Poison
I
cantrip...
guess I'll cast Poison Spray.
Yes!
Oh, reliable.
It's probably immune to poison because it's an elemental.
That's fine.
uh,
Well, can I change my mind? Or can I... No.
I will let you change your mind if you want, Paul.
He rolled the damage just in case.
Because it is immune to poison damage. And
Well,
you just watch as
Markusar's an idiot. He doesn't know octopuses, so he thinks, well, whatever, poison.
as you watch as your poison spray almost just bubbles inside of it and dissolves into nothing.
I forget it's water as well, for fuck's sake.
As Matthew, you're alive.
Okay, I am. I can see that it's like stunned, right?
Yes.
And that Wulfric's axe seemed to do something.
Yes.
So then I'm gonna just aesthetically just sort of sit up on the floor, stay set, and just sort of, not really shakily, but just like groggily, I guess is the word, reach out with the runestone and just over-reliable firebolt this. And I get advantage because it's H1 because it's
Attack rolls against the creature have advantage. Spell attack rolls are attack rolls. Sweet.
It is a +6, yes. So it's a dirty 20,
That's gonna hit.
and because we're 5th level now,
Spicy.
that's 12 damage. I don't have bonus action. Hehe.
This is when I'm testing my mental math to the limit. As it is its go, but it's stunned. So that will just occur. And then Eidolon.
Okay, so question to you guys. I checked the rulings for it whilst the other turns were going. Technically, I can do another stunning strike whilst it's stunned this turn, and then it'll be stunned for a whole other turn.
Hell yeah.
Should I do that?
Nope.
Hence why monks are a bit annoying, because it's like they can literally just do it one after the other and they can just keep stacking it.
Yeah, should I do that?
Yes.
Go for it,
Cool.
Kick.
Essentially just letting it stay stunned. I'm then just going to take the sword, swivel it around, just try stab it back into it to create another opening. I need KH1 plus... Is it 7? It is +7. Why do I keep doubting myself? Does a 26 hit it?
Yes.
So I'll roll some damage. That is 12 damage, and can it make me another Constitution saving throw?
15.
15, that's one above my DC. That's very sad. Should I try it one more time? I only do have 2 key points left.
Fuck it, why not?
I mean, you get them back on a short rest, so...
I'll try another attack against it. That's not the right roll. There we go. Does a 24 hit it?
Yep. You're doing a lot better on rolls tonight, Craig.
That's 15 damage, and can it give me a Constitution saving throw? I'm going to keep this last key point just in case. This will be very sad if it succeeds again.
Give me 2 seconds. Because that's that done, so now I need this. As was the attack made with your sword, yeah?
Yes.
Cool.
Sword.
As your sword cuts through water, you watch as the octopus almost, I guess, collapses. Its body structure seems to just fall to the ground. The ground beneath you becomes quite sodden, quite wet. Again, similarly with yourself, Wulfric, a very similar situation you see. The elemental seems to lose all of its form. Before the 4 of you and Dorholin, watch as where the water kind of seeps into the ground and kind of leaves it sodden, almost marsh-like, it starts to steam and it starts to heat up. And the water starts to almost pull back together. Though as it does so, you can see it start to drag forward rocks, and the water starts to turn red, as it starts to irradiate quite a lot of heat, before irradiating quite a lot of light.
On fire mode.
It transforms into quite a large scarab beetle, made
Well, that's a cool choice.
made entirely of fire and magma.
So should I not expend the key point for that last stunning
Don't
strike
expend the
then?
key point on the on this one. I'll advise on that.
Cool. Cool. It still takes that nice 15 damage.
It does.
Or
yes.
was that the damage that
That was the
that
damage
that knocked it over?
That was the damage that knocked it over. So I'm going to take the difference, so the difference in the 2 healths, and that'll carry over to this form.
Behold, twisted fates glares, for the creature is made of pure magma.
Alright, so that means it's onto a move.
Magma.
So instead then, I may just give it a bonk.
Dr. Evil.
I'm gonna give it a punch.
Go ahead, kill it.
Wait, is it still stunned?
Technically, yeah, your turn
It's-
hasn't finished yet.
Alright, not 20 maybe? Nah, so it's a 23 to hit.
I'll keep it stunned for its form change. I don't see why it wouldn't. It's still the same creature.
So it takes 6 damage. Of course. As end of my turn, it is no longer stunned.
Yeah, I'll keep the stuns for the form changes because it's still the same creature and it's not falling unconscious to then, like, come back, so I don't see why it wouldn't still be stunned.
Uh-oh.
Well, it's about to not be stunned.
As it's Dorholland's go. And he's definitely more magically inclined than he is physically inclined.
He's an itty bitty dwarf.
He'd be kind of thick, though.
Yo, Dorholland be looking. He'd be packing stuff in the trunk.
That...
Craig!
Matthew looks at me like that's an incorrect statement. Most D&D dwarfs tend to be packing.
It's not that you're... I feel like he's right, but he shouldn't say it.
Yeah, that's kind of where my mind goes at the moment.
I am burdened with knowledge, and the knowledge just happens to be about weird D&D shit. I made a Faustian deal with Gary Gygax when I'm in like my sleep, and it just gives me obscure D&D knowledge.
I don't like the leaning that D&D knowledge provides.
It will become useful eventually, as all things do.
As going into Dorholland's turn, you watch as he obviously stops casting his healing magic, and the kind of sky above the glade starts to darken, and you start hearing rolling thunder come in from the sea.
Rolling thunder!
Where perhaps if you and Wulfric were, or Eidolon and Wulfric were a little bit closer, or perhaps if this creature was a little bit shorter or smaller, the bolt would have struck the two of you as well, as it's quite a ferocious strike of lightning comes down and batters against the creature.
Oh yes.
Call lightning! Ring ring, who's there? It's me, lightning, and I'm going to electrocute you.
Wulfric, it's your go.
Let's go! 2 attacks, please.
2 attacks, please, DM.
Wow, you in the DM lets you have 2 attacks?
I get 4.
24 will hit.
I would have unignited my axe.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you bonus actioning to not unignite to remove the fire from the fire beetle?
Can you give me a strength saving throw?
23.
Still takes the damage.
So it's gone from water to fire.
And then,
11 will not hit.
now, is this just going to be the primordial elements, or are we going to be like, Phase 7, sound! Phase 11, plasma!
I've watched
Welcome to
Avatar:
the
The Last
void.
Airbender. When's this thing gonna shoot lasers out of its face?
As it's...
What did you do to me? I took away your bending.
No!
Markusar,
Yes.
sure go.
So, you said there was a beam of lightning got called down and damaged it.
Yeah,
Correct.
Dorholland has summoned a storm.
Yes. Well, I wish to also take advantage of that storm and call lightning on that thing as well.
Just 2 bros calling lightning.
Shit, I lost one of my dice.
Bros, both calling lightning.
Non-nat 20.
Yay.
Oh, why? Why?
It still takes half as much. Because that's what I was checking
Okay,
in the
cool.
book.
Nice.
Half a 3d10?
Half 3d10, which is not unsizable.
Yeah.
That
be a
isn't
lot
That's
better.
really,
sizable.
that's really polarizing, actually.
Yeah.
You rolled almost as much as I did on 2d10.
I just got a text from a bank saying you added a new recipient. If this isn't correct, hit block. But it's not even the bank I use.
I got the
Craig got one
same
of those.
text recently.
Is it from Lloyd's?
Yeah!
Yeah, scam text.
Scam bros.
As Matthew.
No.
Right. It's fire.
It's fire.
Overreliable ain't gonna work here, but other overreliable will, so I'm just gonna switch runestones, still sitting down for the aesthetic, because it's funny, and magic missile.
Missile.
Also, Paul, did you have an aesthetic for your call lightning there?
4 plus 3.
Not particularly, I guess. Since I was using Dorholland's already, using his storm, it was keeping the same effect that he had already produced.
I wish I had a bonus action, so that's me. 10 force damage.
Wizards have no bonus action. Monks have at least 6 they can use at any one time.
Yeah.
As it is this thing's go.
Hey, it's the first turn this thing's ever gotten.
Yeah, and you've nearly dropped it to half. Actually, you've dropped it to further than half health. As you watch as the beetle obviously very annoyed at the amount of damage that it's currently being dealt, seems to ignite brighter. Wulfric and Eidolon, you almost have to avert your gaze just because it's that blinding. Also, the heat seems to almost starts to evaporate all the water that the two of you got covered in from the water version of this creature.
My eyes!
But I need the two of you to make me a dexterity saving throw as it begins to erupt.
I'm kind of decent at these, but that doesn't always mean I'll roll well. 15, not too bad.
9.
Wulfric, you fail. Eidolon, you pass. That's 4, 8, 10. Eidolon, you take 5 damage. Wulfric, you take 10 damage. As it erupts in a plume of magma that keeps, like a volcano, just kind of covers the ground that the two of you are standing on and ignites you. Though as quickly as it comes, it disappears again, though the ferocity of the beetle, in terms of the fire that is now coating its body, does not die. Doesn't die out. As Eidolon, it is your go.
Beetles are cool as hell.
They are.
Beetles
They're
are
very cool.
fucking awesome. So you said it looks like there's still some like flame material on it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
I'm
that
kind of assuming.
Just that post, it's like, can you explain to me why you don't like beetles, you dumb fucking asshole?
I just thought in terms of like an animal aesthetic, a fire beetle was really, really cool.
Yeah. Like it's a lot cooler than just going for like a bird for like the phoenix aesthetic.
Yeah.
Like an actual like giant scarab beetle, like a fire beetle works really well. Like I would say just punch it, but like even though it's like the tendrils coming out of his hand, that's still connected to his hand, so it's gonna burn no matter what he does. I'm gonna do old reliable and try attack it twice with a sword.
Cool. For each attack you make, I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Yep. Even if I miss.
If you miss, no.
So we'll see if I hit first. So no longer advantage. 1d27 does a 15 hit.
Yep.
And then I'll roll the other one, see if that hits too. Does an 18 hit?
Yep.
So I'll give you the dex saves now. That's a 17 and a 22.
Cool. So you pass them both. 6 times 2 is 12. You take 12 damage.
I'm on single digits.
As when you attack it, it almost seems to wreath you in flames. The flames travelling up your blade and almost leaping onto your body like tiny little scarab beetles.
Oh, cute. I'll just roll you the damage as a cumulative.
Yep.
That is 31 points of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
As more just essentially how I aestheticize it is, I'm assuming it's like pluming in fire.
Yep.
I essentially just take the sword after it's sort of transformed into it, grab it with both hands, jump up and almost just stab into the head of the beetle. And then as I'm kind of like essentially falling down, it essentially drag the sword as it pulls it out from its head. Grabbing it back, twirling it around, putting it into one hand, more just taking a defensive stance as I'll use patient defense. So I'll now, as disadvantage if it wants to attack me, and any dex save I have to make, I make with advantage. Finally, I'm rolling some nice efficient damage numbers. I haven't done this for the whole campaign yet. How's it looking?
It's not looking great, but it's looking alright. It's an elemental, it's quite hard to tell how it's looking in terms of its damage, just because it is, I guess, a little bit more emotionless or motionless in its movements.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell.
It fails. 1, 2, 3. That's pretty pish damage. As Dorholland brings down another bolt of lightning. 4, 10, 14. Just 1, 1, 6. As Wulfric, sure go.
Let's go! Time to attack.
Again, for every attack you make, I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw. Obviously, if you hit. So a 19 will hit.
That's the dex save.
So the first amount of damage you take is 13. 13 fire damage.
I'm unconscious.
You still did the damage, however.
But you still take the damage.
As you now have almost like tiny fire ants, Eidolon, you can obviously see them as you're closest. These tiny, like, almost living flames just kind of almost crawling over Wulfric, getting into every nook and cranny of his armour and almost setting his chainmail ablaze.
Indiana Jones flashbacks.
Yep.
Do I make a death save because I died halfway through my turn?
No, you're fine. It's similar to Hellish Rebuke. You deal damage to it, it deals damage to you. So it will be Paul.
Me?
It is you.
Seeing that Wulfric has been downed, I'm gonna do what Markusar does best and res him.
Markusar resing Wulfric. Name a more iconic duo.
Yeah.
So, can I run over to Wulfric?
You can, using your movement, now that you're a little bit closer, you can move around without getting into the beetle's range as well, so you'll avoid an attack of opportunity, as I'm assuming you're Cure Woundsing.
Yes, I'm going to Cure Wounds at 2nd level, so that is...
2d8.
2d8, and I've got my sickle with me.
So it's
So
2d8 plus a d4.
Plus your casting mod.
Oh, plus my casting mod?
Yeah, so it's plus 3.
You're sure it is, Lee?
You've got it, so there you go.
Oh, okay, sorry.
17 total.
Sorry.
17 hit points back, let's go.
Is your backup Wulfric? Would you like to do anything else? You do have a bonus action.
Oh, God, I'm a fucking moron. I wasn't...
Just a little bit.
Oh, no, I guess I did my thing. Great. Move on to the next guy. I was like, oh shit, I have a bonus action.
You don't have to
Only
use,
Matthew
like-
lacks the bonus action.
Now
I'm sorry. Yeah, bonus action, I'll swipe it with my sickle.
Oh, give him a good second.
So an attack roll, but without your proficiency bonus, so just with your strength.
Okay, so that's still a...
So it's plus 2.
Yes.
I think.
Yes.
Are you plus 2?
Yes, that's my strength.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. 1d4 plus 2. Wait, no, I need to attack. I'm an idiot.
You have to hit first.
Yeah.
11
11
will
hit?
not hit.
Figured.
As
You tried.
11 misses. You did try.
Y'all stood around waiting for me to do nothing.
Yep.
As Matthew, it's Rand's go.
Okay, I'm gonna actually stand up now as I remember that being prone is not great for dodging things. Look down to my Rudestone, check that it's still got a bit of juice left in it, and hold it back out again and just magic missile again, because it works.
Juicy runestone.
Why do you have to make it weird?
My job.
Juicy.
Oh, that's not great.
No, that's not great damage at all. So that would be
7 damage. Force.
2. Taking it over would be 5. As we get another form change. As the fire seems to go out, the beetle seems to, I guess, just become solid rock as it more stands up on its hind legs, and you watch as it starts to morph and shift, pulling more rock into it as it roars, taking the form of a bear.
Uh-oh.
Wulfric gets PTSD immediately.
Not only is it a bear, but it's made out of stone. Many things he now gets PTSD over.
It's a pretty
Bear
rockin',
statue.
it's a pretty rockin' bear, though.
Please just hit me and kill me after that.
As I need you all to make me a Constitution saving throw. This also includes Dorhallen.
Oh, I can do these.
I would hope so, you're a fighter.
That's a 5.
The 10.
So 15 for Dorhallen,
15 for I.
and a 16 for
16.
Ran. Oh, okay, Ran.
Don't speak.
It does not
Matthew.
happen.
Not Matthew. Don't speak, Ewan.
So you watch as the bear on its hind legs lands on the ground with a mighty thud that almost seems to shake the very earth, and as it does so, it releases a plume of smoke, almost like dust, into the air that spreads out, surrounding and engulfing you all. Ranaagash, you watch as Wulfric, Markusar, Eidolon, and the dwarf Dorhallen all become petrified.
Alright, GG. This was a fun character to play.
GG, good campaign.
Alright,
As the-
Matthew, hope you have fun being the only character left.
As the elemental turns to face you. Craig, it is obviously your go. You are petrified. Dorhallen, it's his go. The storm clouds disappear as he can no longer concentrate on the spell.
GG, good campaign.
Ewan,
Wait, do we not have to make a con save at the end of our turn?
I guess not.
you're also petrified. You cannot move. Markusar, you're also petrified. You cannot move. Ranaagash!
I wasted a key point on patient defense.
Okay. Interesting developments here. I am 1v1ing a bear now.
Stone bear.
As a wizard.
Still a bear. How many... I take it people are still within, like, range of the bear. Like,
Yes.
like they're still where they were.
Yeah,
They're
they've
in
not
bearable
like
range.
moved. They're still where they were.
Okay. I can do the big funny wizard spell, but like I don't know if petrification is gonna save them. I don't know, drop a fireball and just kill people because I think the petrification will save them.
Petrification gives us resistance to all damage.
Yeah, so they'd have
If it is the petrified condition
They-
and not just like a special type of petrified.
they'd have resistance to it because obviously they have been turned essentially to stone, and a fireball would only hit Markusar. I mean, I say only hit, but it would hit Markusar, Eidolon, and Wulfric. So it's still 3 out
That's
of the
all
4.
of us.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you say that's only
Yeah,
as if
I was
that's not
gonna
the
say-
rest of the party. I'm gonna have to, like, I'm a 2-note wizard here. If it's not fireball, it's magic missile.
Funny wizard spell. We'll all automatically fail, but we'll take half.
I'm on 5 hit points.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's 86. It's an average of 24. Like,
Just do what you want to do, Matthew. Like, we're all petrified. If you just want to throw a fireball at it, just
Yeah.
throw a fireball at it.
There's no way I can like position a fireball that it only hits the bear or that it hits the minimum amount of people.
I mean, you could easily
Is
just
there?
put it behind it, couldn't you? And just cast it on the rim.
Like, can I just long? There's no term. I don't know. I know no terms.
Just just try and avoid. Like the rest of us are fine. It's just Eidolon. Just try and position it at least so you don't hit Eidolon.
I was gonna say no. I'm gonna do again with the 10-foot radius. Can I position a 10-foot radius that it hits a minimum amount of people, preferably not including Eidolon?
This is sometimes when a roll 20 map with tokens are helpful. So you can like do like
Yes.
the pool and like the ruler.
So
do like
Because I'll happily take it. I'll happily take the damage.
your 10 foot, so the way that their party or the party's currently been fighting this thing is it's kind of on both sides of it. So you hitting minimum people would hit Eidolon because it would hit 1 and the bear. You would have to hit Markusar and Wulfric and the bear to avoid Eidolon, if that makes sense. It's kind of like the philosophy train
I-
trolley.
Yeah.
I'm fine. Do it.
Same
No, I'm very because the problem is I'm thinking Shower, but the problem with Shower has effectively crits, or not crits, but oh no, never mind. It's just disadvantage in the saving throw. You automatically fail, so it doesn't matter. So yeah, let's drop a Shower. Let's do something interesting for a change.
It's a con save. We don't automatically fail.
Oh fuck, never mind. Then.
We only auto fail strength and dex, not con.
Even now, I'm doing it anyway. I'm committed now.
Do it. Do it.
I need, what is it? Yeah, it's con saves
Um,
from Wulfric, Markusar, and the bear, I guess.
cool.
With disadvantage.
It's with disadvantage because you're currently made out of stone, which is specified in the shatter text.
Yes.
Right.
You guys make it with disadvantage.
I don't
Hopefully
know
the bear would also make it with disadvantage.
It does,
It's
yes.
KL1.
Made it of
It's KL instead of KH.
stone.
Right, 2d20.
And I forgot to do the roll.
KL 1
It's not
plus
massive.
5. Alright, cast the spell. And then I'll do the same.
That's not bad. Oh shit, I rolled it before you even cast.
It's fine.
The
Sweet.
what did the bear get? The bear got 13, which I think is a fail.
It is very good because 13 is a fail, 15 is a pass.
Wulfric.
Let's go.
So it all depends on Wulfric.
22.
Oh!
2 17s.
Yo!
That's the con save you should have made.
This is exactly what this is the best case result.
What level are you casting it at?
Just base,
Oh,
I think. So yeah, base for
Okay.
now.
8.
A whole 8
Wow.
damage for a
That's
second
single-
level spell
that's-
slot.
That's single digits.
Yeah, go for fireball next.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Can you use your ring to cast another spell?
Let me double check my ring. I always use it for the counter with it. Casting time of a spell to a bonus action.
Fireball bonus action.
Bonus action fireball. Are we doing it now?
I mean,
Okay,
I'm also going to
fine.
be a little bit of a cheeky devil's advocate here. I don't know if Craig did it, and I don't know if you did it between, so not this session, but the session last time when you guys came to Summerhost, did you guys recharge your rings?
My ring's been full for a while.
I think I did. Or I have. It's on my sheet. I did.
Cool. I just wanted to
didn't.
double check because I can't remember if you two did or not.
Yeah, my ring's been full for a while, so I haven't been rolling the d4.
But yeah, you can fireball if you wish, Matthew.
Yeah, I think at this point I have to. You know, it's the meme. It's a funny wizard spell. So it's dex save, isn't it?
Which we would automatically fail.
Do I also fail this? Or are you positioning on them again?
Yeah. I mean, I think I have to hit everyone with this. It's too big to not hit everyone.
Yeah. But try and position it so it doesn't hit Eidolon. I think you can do that. But it would still hit me and Markusar.
The trade-off here is, I suppose, Markusar, because Darholland can still heal.
I don't want to speak for Paul, but I'm fine with getting hit.
Okay, so you could technically, this is the kind of weird thing about it, you could technically put it at a distance, because it's a range of 150 feet casting, and then it's a 20-foot radius, so you can put it further away and let the explosion come out.
Yeah, just the edge of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so long ball it, and then just, if possible, minimize collateral.
My worry is that you were in the middle of a forest.
Oh, now you care about trees.
You are in the middle of a glade, so the grass might catch, but there's no
no trees. We can't start a forest fire.
There's no trees, at least within the radius of the fireball, that would catch. You just obviously have to worry about the grass. But
fun fact: almost all forest fires don't start because a tree catches on fire, but because long grass catches on fire.
Yeah.
Was that supposed to make me feel better, Craig?
No, that was just a fun fact. It's not a very fun fact. It's actually a very sad fact.
Either grass or gender reveal parties. That's what causes forest fires.
Right. Okay.
As obviously, if you're casting it for them, Wulfric and Markusar, you guys would obviously fail the saves.
Yeah.
Yep.
The bear got a 13.
That's also a fail.
That is also a fail.
Roll some fireball damage.
It's time.
That's 26. That's barely above average, but that's still good.
I have a question.
Yep.
I take half that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have resistance to all damage, yeah?
What happens if I drop to 0 when I'm petrified? I have exactly 13 hit points left.
So you'll still be a statue until 1 turn from now, when I describe what happens.
Okay.
No, it doesn't state in the condition that anything wacky happens, but I don't know if this is just the condition or not.
I mean, yeah.
Markusar, you would also only take...
I only take 13 damage.
You only take 13 damage, yeah.
Cool. No.
But it takes 26.
It does take 26, which is a
I'm still
chunky
looking
bit
good,
of damage.
As long as the healers are good, we're good.
Ewan, are you okay? You look worried.
I'm genuinely quite concerned.
He's suddenly regretting being okay with being hit.
But I don't want M to pull any punches.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
I mean, you haven't. So.
I put myself in this situation.
2. So you would fail, Eidolon would fail.
Oh, great.
Darholland's not in the radius. It would move so that Ranaagash is in the radius. So Ran, I need a dexterity saving throw from you.
Oh boy. I don't have the 1d20 copied.
As this thing...
Oh boy.
This thing starts to make its way towards you. Its very heavy stone paws battering against the ground, causing it to tremor. My 4 boys, you all take 6 damage.
Yes.
Is that already halved?
Cool.
Actually, yeah, so Eidolon, Markusar, you take 3. Wulfric, you would take a failed death save.
This is how many hit points I'm on.
Ranaagash, you obviously take the full 6. And coming to the end of the elemental's turn, Ran, you kind of watch as it almost takes in a breath, and you watch as the dust that petrified Darholland, Markusar, Eidolon, and Wulfric seems to fade. It almost seems to go back into its nostrils, almost as if it's recharging. And everyone kind of stands quite groggily, catching themselves. Wulfric hits the deck, unconscious.
Just He's still in a statue.
He was just standing holding his axe. The moment he releases, he kind of sways really groggily and then just falls to the ground.
Nice.
He rolls a nat 1 on his death save, he's dead.
As Eidolon, you're back.
Hello.
You're unpetrified. I didn't think it would be Earth that would be giving you guys this much problem.
Did you think it was going to be, as in like the last one, or like fire or water?
Wind, fire.
Do
you?
Probably fire. I guess fire.
Either fire or the next one.
Right, I think we can guess what the next one is. Because we do have Markusar and Dorhallen, I'm more just going to continue against this thing. Because I'm not proficient in medicine. I took some risks trying to help Ranaagash, not really knowing too much about what I'm doing.
Yep.
We have people who roughly know what they're doing, so I'm more just gonna try bring this thing down. Does a 10 hit it?
Nope.
Does a 16 hit it?
Nope.
16 doesn't hit it.
Nope.
Yeah, this is worrying. And one more attack. Does a 25 hit it?
Yes.
Thank God.
Is it worth trying to make a creature made out of stone to make a Constitution saving throw?
I'm not sure.
Probably not, but fuck it, I'm gonna make it make one anyway. That's 4 damage minimum.
You will be happy though.
Why's that?
12.
That failed, it's stunned. Fuck this thing. I'm out of key points.
Oh no.
It's stunned though, which means it can't do jack shit until my next turn ends.
As it's Dorhallen's go. As kind of coming to, he's quite groggily, he catches sight of Markusar, obviously catches sight of Wulfric on the floor. He's going to take an attack of opportunity. That will hit him.
My stunning strike.
Oh, I'm sorry, Craig. Do you want to aestheticize it whilst I'm attacking Dorhallen?
With what?
The bear.
Aestheticize it.
It can't. It can't
Oh yeah,
take
it's
reactions
stunned.
when it's stunned.
So it can't. He can run past it fine.
No more. I just take the fist after the sword essentially scraped against it twice. More just punch in, breaking through it with the tendrils, and just pushing the fist in. And for the rest of the time it's stunned, I'm just going to keep my fist in the creature. Almost literally holding it in place.
As that would be 2, 4, I don't have 5d8. Oh, that's fine. I'll roll 4 and roll 1 again. 2, 3, 4. 4, 8, 10, 12, 18, 20. Wulfric, you gain 20 hit points back.
He's not dead.
As there is a very fiery red-headed dwarf standing over you, seemingly chanting in Druidic as you just watch as the glow around your body fades. As it is now your go, Wulfric.
Get up from prone to attack.
Both at advantage, remember.
That'll hit.
Nice.
I'll ignite my axe. Second attack.
So
You gonna use any maneuvers, or do you have any left?
it's a bonus action for him to ignite.
But maneuvers don't.
Oh
But
yeah, bonus
maneuvers
action.
are a
Don't.
free
They're a
action,
free
and
action.
Nat 20.
Nat
Let's
20.
go.
Can it give me a strength? Stupidest thing in the world. Can it give me a strength saving throw?
It might fail.
6.
Build a cons.
It fails. It's now prone.
We have like
And stunned.
It's prone and stunned.
Prone and stunned. Okay, so I reroll ones.
I'm assuming you've like knocked it to its knees, Ewan.
Yeah.
10.
13,
8. I'm gonna reroll that too. So 5, 8.
18,
18 doubled.
36. Yes?
36. Yeah.
Did you make sure to add your strength mod, yeah?
73.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait. 10, 13. Yeah. 18 doubled. 36.
My math must just be wrong, because I thought it would be 40.
It's Markusar.
Yes.
Sure go.
Markusar, having frankly been done of this whole shit, I think being turned to stone, not in the physical sense, but in the emotional sense, petrified him. And he's going to cast Moonbeam on the prone, stunned bear.
The prone stunned bear. The poor bear. What's it ever done to you guys? Apart from petrify you all.
Petrify us!
5-foot cylinder, so that's fine. Disadvantage on attack, so that's fine. Final strength and dex. It's Constitution saving throw, so it's not disadvantage on this. However, that's only an 11.
That is a fail.
Can you roll me some
Not
damage?
rolling very well anymore.
I'm not, no. I'm rolling quite pitifully, actually.
Take advantage of that.
Oh my god! I've rolled terribly this entire night. 2d10, 5. Fuck off. Anyway, 5 damage.
It's 5 more damage than you did before.
Yeah, Markusar's not feeling terribly in tune with his magic right now.
I mean, he has just come back from being petrified. I'm pretty sure that's a new experience for him.
Yeah, he's still got, he's spitting stones out of his mouth. And, he's too focused on that rather than the moonbeam. He's like, he's got gravel in his mouth.
As Matthew.
How close did the bear get to me before it got stunned and proned?
About 10-ish feet.
10 feet. Okay, that's a little too close for comfort. I'm gonna back away from the bear, just under my breath, just no, please stop it, get away, no, don't, no one die. Just
everyone's chance to get away.
I imagine he's almost playing hot potato with the runestone because he's double casted within a round. And so just aesthetically off the back of that, I'm just gonna do a new spell and go vicious mockery with the no, please don't kill me. Can I get a wisdom save?
My god.
12.
12 fails. Let me just
He's already more successful as Osborne.
2d4. 5 psychic damage.
His 2d4 roll is highest by 2d10.
Oh, that's depressing, Paul. He actually rolled the same numbers on his d4s as you did on your d10s.
Yeah, just the other way around.
Yeah.
Which is pretty depressing. As the bear can't do anything. Actually, can you do anything else, Matthew?
I was just going to move away with my full 30 feet.
Just run.
Just book it, yeah.
To the other end of the glade. Still in view, but very much nowhere near the bear anymore.
Mm-hmm.
As it skips the bear's turn. Because it's stunned until the end of Eidolon's go.
Skipping its turn, does that still count as its turn starting?
It is still in the moonbeam, yes. So,
just because it can't do anything doesn't mean it doesn't take its turn.
23.
That passes.
Wow.
It doesn't half as much, so.
Yeah, so roll me some damage and it'll take half as much.
10, please.
7.
Right, it's the half damage from failing, from passing was more than the pass. So yeah, 7 damage.
As Eidolon, it is your go.
Yeah. Cool. So essentially at this point I've kept my hand in it. Essentially, I imagine Wulfric knocked it to the ground with its axe, almost to its knees as a bear.
Mm-hmm.
I've essentially just kept my hand in its torso in a bit of broken rock. And by this time the tendrils will have made its way through its body to the point where I almost imagine the stones being turned black. As more just because I can't keep it up because I don't have the key points too. I'm just gonna rip my hand out, put it back on the sword, and just try drive my sword into the bit that I've kept my hand in.
Mm-hmm.
It's still stunned, of course. Does a 24 hit it?
Yes.
That is 20 points of damage. And then essentially, with the sword in it, I'm not gonna make another slash or stab in. I'm just gonna take my other hand and just try push the sword even further in. Does a 22 hit it?
Yep.
Nice.
As that is 12 points of damage. 32 points of damage there.
No, that's wrong. That's the wrong math.
As essentially, I'd like to imagine too that with that, some more of the stones around the point that I cracked are all starting to crack, and it's more just taking the fist, essentially putting it next to the stone, drawing out all the essentially the tendril, the energy I put into it, and then just using that to punch into it one more time. The 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
Nice.
And that is 6 force damage. Whew. 31. That was 37 damage. Not bad.
Cool, so as you punch into it, your tendrils almost make it erupt. It crumbles from, I guess, stone to dust.
The bear is gone!
Where the dust picks up. And seemingly from nowhere, gusts of wind seem to surround you all, before picking up debris from the forest floor. It takes the form of a giant eagle.
Fuck these birds, am I right?
And kind of screams at well, I say screams at the four of you. It kind of more batters a gust of wind at you, as it is Dorholland's go.
I am very wounded.
I know you're very wounded.
I did all that damage on 2 hit points.
I need to check the casting times for these to see if it would work. Okay.
My d6's damage rolls haven't been on point, but my d10s haven't been too bad today. A 9 and a 7 plus 4, not bad.
So that's that, and then this would be how many dice? I hate having to do quick math.
Plus 2 is 4, minus 1, that's 3 quick maths.
So 44 plus 1, 2, 3, 4,
Man's on the block.
and a dex save, which I think this one's proficient in. Yes. So it passes, and then 3, 6, 9, 10, 12. Eidolon, you get 12 health back.
I'm on 14!
And then you watch as Dorholland kind of outstretches a hand, almost trying to cast something at the kind of giant eagle. It starts to glow, almost a light green colour, but the light kind of flickers and fades and then just is expelled, as whatever he was casting failed.
Well, the healing didn't fail.
The healing didn't fail, thankfully. As Wulfric, it is now your go.
Right. I'm gonna swing at this swing on this thing.
Do you have any maneuvers left?
I think I got 1. 25.
That will hit.
Reroll that. Reroll that.
It's 19.
Oh, that was nice.
19, second attack. Misses.
That will miss, yes.
Only you could great weapon fighting your attack rolls.
That would be busted as fuck.
I know, but if only.
You could never critically fail.
As Markusar,
Yes.
it is your go.
Hold on, I need to. I'm still concentrating on doing Moonbeam,
Okay.
unless it's been a minute.
No, it's not been a minute. Words. It's not been a minute.
But I guess I'd have to break concentration if I wanted to do another spell. So can I just attack it with my sickle?
You only need to break concentration if the spell you're casting requires concentration.
Yes.
It does require concentration.
Then
So
yes.
yeah, for example, you could cure wounds or healing word without breaking the concentration on your moonbeam, or you can just smack the giant eagle with sickle.
I want to smack giant eagle with sickle.
Does it?
This.
Mad lad.
It can't be stopped. So that is
Yes.
I would have my proficiency included with it, right?
Yep, because you
You're
are
using
proficient
your
in sickle.
action.
So that is a.
You're using your
For
action.
some reason, I have it in my
attack.
sheet as a +6. Is that
Because
correct?
your sickle is a +1 weapon, so it's +1 plus strength plus
That's
your
it.
proficiency
So it is a
bonus.
Hell yeah, that is a +6.
And you're using your action.
Doesn't
to
matter.
attack, so-
As you mess with the sickle.
Swell. My rolls a bit dog shit tonight.
We all have bad rolls one night, and this is just your bad roll night, Paul.
Yeah. I'm
Uh,
in my own domain of Haledon, and I am doing terribly.
Yeah. As Matthew. It's Ranagash's
okay.
go.
I have my distance. I'm seeing that the take it Wulfric's axe is connecting as if it's physical and it's there.
Yes.
Okay, good. Then runestone still. I'll let it cool some more. Reach into the bag, find another suitable one, make sure it's the right kind, and then go back to the old magic missile.
Also, isn't he still
Or-
being affected by vicious mockery, or nah?
It's till the end of his next turn, which I think he spent stunned.
Ah, sorry then.
No, I did consider that. 11 force. Keep rolling max damage on one die and then minimum on another.
Hey, the
Weird.
3 is nice though.
In perfect balance,
Yeah.
as all things should be.
Yeah. And again, funny wizard with no bonus action. Just make sure I've got my distance, so I think that's me.
You could use another part of your charges on your ring to just whittle this thing down a little bit more.
I have one spell slot left. I think it only works on level spells. Yeah.
Oh no, you
let's
could just.
just blow that last one on another magic missile.
Is it just first level or?
Yeah, it'd have to be. It's all I've got left.
Oh, it's damage.
Yeah, so again, magic missile. See, you know what? That went pretty well the last time. Do it again.
Do it again.
Another.
3d4 plus 3 again. That's worse damage, but it's damage.
Yeah, that's the same amount of damage that Paul rolled on his moonbeam, but plus 3.
My God.
No, sorry.
There we go, that's... Oh boy, it's cantrip time.
Yeah, I'm out of key points, you're out of spell slots.
So I need to make a
Wulfric.
Constitution saving throw.
Is it still in my moonbeam?
Moonbeam.
So 13.
That fails.
2d10.
Let's
Ooh.
go. Can I roll double digits, please?
Maybe, if you're lucky.
Possibly, we'll see.
No!
Nope, can't even. You rolled the same amount as Matthew rolled.
That's...
This is the worst night I've ever had. Here's me thinking, oh, I'll do Moonbeam because that's really pog, and then it hasn't really been that pog.
Inconsistent
Very
damage.
on PogChamp.
Also, you rolled the same amount of damage there as you rolled when it passed the save.
I have the worst time of it.
We're Haledon too. You should be good here.
I should. Markusar's questioning himself.
Is the she really for me? Maybe I should just axe.
Markusar, can you make me a strength saving throw?
Oh, it doesn't like you.
Yeah, of course. Why would it? It doesn't like the 10 or so damage I do every so often.
And Wulfric, a non-nat 20 will hit you, yes?
Yes.
Is it going for Wulfric and not me?
It
Swell,
tried, it
9.
didn't hit you. Cool,
Does
so
a
you
9
fail.
pass?
And you fail by 5 feet. So Markusar, it kind of bats its wings, a big gust of wind comes out, sweeps past. You are taken off your feet, pushed 10 feet away and knocked prone.
Nice.
You win back.
Imagine that broke my concentration.
Well, can you give me a Constitution saving throw?
Swell.
It's a bat, right?
It's an
Yes!
Eagle.
It's a
Nat
bat.
one!
So your concentration is broken, and your moonbeam fails, disappears.
Cool.
I need to roll some damage for Wulfric, as it attempts to attack the two of you with its, I guess, windy talons. It misses you, Eidolon, it hits you, Wulfric, for 13 damage.
I still have 4 uses of shield left.
It rolled a 10.
That hurt.
Wish I could have taken that. Like, I could have taken that damage. But it knocked me to 1, so I'd have still been up.
As Eidolon.
Hello.
Sure.
Is it like flying in the air, or?
It's kind of, I guess, hovering maybe 5-ish feet off the ground, more levitating than actually flying.
Cool. Just due to being a monk, just having a little bit more, essentially, active ability for movement, I am just going to take essentially a more aesthetic step back, and essentially just try leap in the air, more just try cut into it on its level. Does a 9 miss, I presume?
Yep.
So that didn't work too well. So we're just landing on the ground on the other side, and more just imagining cleaving through air and not much else. It was more just turning around, scowling a bit, more just before walking under it, and essentially just try stabbing into it. And 22 for
That'll
that. Damn, why am I doing this wasteful shit when I can just poke it? That's 20 damage!
Someone can roll a 2d10.
I mean, this is the first time he's rolled a 2d10 this well, so...
Yeah, Paul, your damage rolls was how I felt against the golem a few sessions back.
Yeah.
As more just stabbing into it from below, more just dragging it out again, then just casting my arms upward, trying to flick it with a few tendrils. See if that can hit it at all. Why? That's not +7, ignore that one. It's +6. That's 25. I rolled higher!
That hits!
And that is 4 damage, so minimum. More just letting a few of them essentially just whip into it.
It's still pretty decent.
4 damage, it's minimum. Can't do anything else right now, but I get to make 3 attacks because funny monk business. A longsword's my monk weapon. How much damage was that turn? Yeah, 24. That was it.
2 of those, I used one of those, I used one of those.
You spell slot managing.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've had to do this. Technically that's the best thing he's got at the moment that's not going to affect you guys as well, though. Because he's primarily AoE and you guys are very close combat.
Almost like that's what me and Wulfric are designed to do.
Yeah, he wasn't planning for that, though.
Well, too bad. Maybe he should.
As that is halved, but it's still damage. Where's my other d10? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's nice actually. That's really satisfying. 3 5s. So 15,
What damage
7.
dice?
As Dorholland resummons his Call Lightning. He resummons his Lightning Storm to strike down the beast.
Nice.
It doesn't seem to be very effective, however the dwarf doesn't seem to be... He seems to be quite hesitant in a lot of his casting. Quite careful, I guess, not to hit you guys with the way that he does cast. As Wulfric, it is your go.
Alright, I'm gonna attack it twice. This is fire damage, by the way.
Mm-hmm. That will hit.
Reroll. Oh.
You can re-roll too, so I'm kidding.
Imagine.
You just keep re-rolling. That will also hit.
It's just the wordless damage dice coming in.
Damage dice, damage dice, damage dice.
Wulfric didn't say he was done, so he's not done rolling yet.
As the thing is still up, but it doesn't look in the best condition. You can see it's almost... It was beating its wings, it was hovering with quite some strength to it. It was able to keep itself off the ground. Now it seems almost to be lowering itself slightly.
And I'm gonna be like, you're gonna fight me, you're gonna focus on me.
Give me a
You're going
persuasion.
nowhere.
Wulfric wants to go down a third time.
Technically one more level and he can do that, because I'm pretty sure your 6th
Sorry.
level is Sentinel.
I forgot to add the +4, that's an 18.
It seems to almost daggers. If it had eyes, it'd be staring at you with them. As Markusar, Wulfric seems to have taken this thing's attention in its entirety.
I am going to... It seems like the Moonbeam, while not doing a lot of damage, did seem effective. So, regaining my composure after getting blown away by its wings, I cast Moonbeam once again on whichever point it is at.
So it fails its con save.
Yes.
Moonbeam is a second
Come on,
level.
Double digits, let's go. What?
Nothing. Roll damage.
Okay.
It's 2d10 Paul. See if you can breach the 10.
Finally!
Yes!
Hey.
Yeah!
Almost
whoa.
full damage.
So as you watch, as you cast your moonbeam,
Yeah.
the light comes down, it starts to scorch the creature. The eagle almost, I guess, envelops himself almost in a wind cocoon, turning into a small cyclone. And you watch as the light of your moonbeam is redirected and hits you,
Oh, sick.
as you
Does
take
he
the
take
damage
the 18?
instead.
Even when Paul does well, Paul's not allowed to do well.
As it unfurls its wings and, again, stares down Wulfric.
I thought you were about to say that moonbeam killed it, and I was about to start celebrating.
Nope.
I might dip out. Kind of had enough. Like, honestly, wow. I'm so raging.
As this is technically the first round of combat that it can do these features, because it's had a turn. As Matthew, Ranaagash has just watched as this thing's almost returned Markusar's spell to him.
Okay. No one to risk that, and also with another runestone running hot, I imagine he fumbles with it and drops it just aesthetically. I'm just gonna go look at it and just go, yeah, a bird made of air, real original, and just vicious mockery again. So can I get a wisdom save?
I have to imagine this isn't even a spell, this is just Ranaagash's words.
5.
Hey, failed the game.
This is the most successful vicious mockery Matthew's ever had.
Oh,
That's
you
full
shouldn't have
demand.
said that. You shouldn't have
And
said
then
that,
Its next attack has disadvantage.
As it would be its turn. It takes a con. It fails your con save, Markusar.
Oh, swell.
So you can roll me some damage.
So it's not directed back at me this time? You
It
promise?
might be if you want it to be.
I don't.
With that attitude, it might just be.
Oh, never mind.
No, it is not directed back at you.
It's directed
Oh.
back at me.
No, it can
Still,
only
like,
return it to the
oh,
caster.
9
It can only
damage.
return it to caster, but
9 damage, fine, but I'm pissed that the 18 damage was
Oh.
redirected at me.
oh fuck.
Only,
Disadvantage.
Markusar's pissed.
So that
I
won't
think
hit
Paul's
Wulfric.
pissed.
That won't hit Wulfric. But I do need you to make me a strength saving throw, Ewan.
I don't see Wulfric being bad at these.
I mean, he was
Fighter?
not
No.
supposed to be bad at con save, and he still failed the con save. He passed.
Fuck your strength save. 22.
As it attempts to rip into you with these almost semi-corporeal talons, and when that fails, it beats its wings, rising a little bit higher into the sky and attempts to knock you prone with a gust of wind. You are able to stay strong and steadfast and wear it out, however, or weather it out, as Eidolon.
Cool. Noticing that the beast has mainly directed its attention to Wulfric, I'm going to slowly, essentially circle around its side to get to its back.
Yep.
And then you don't do flanking, do you? So it'll be more just reaching up and essentially again taking that sort of like breath and then taking a small leap and essentially just trying to carve into it.
Yep.
Didn't work last time, so I'll try it again. Didn't work this time either. Nope. Eidolon more just sighing to himself, just like if the poking strategy really works, as he'd walk under it.
Yeah,
And
the
get a
poking
20.
strategy really works.
As that's 15 damage.
As the poking strategy really works.
Oh my god, it killed it, didn't it?
Yeah, it did kill it. As in a gust of wind that almost knocks you all on your arses, this thing explodes. The debris and dust that was trapped within its wings, trapped within its cyclone, kind of falls to the ground. Even the kind of body, this very semi-corporeal wind body of the eagle, falls to the ground, and as it loses its elemental form, it shifts again, though this time unconscious. And it's only a form that Markusar recognises, at least to some degree, and only as of recently. As you watch as the debris, the rocks, even some trails left over from the wind, begin to morph into what look like vines and plants. And lying on the ground before the 4 of you and Haledon, is what looks like a stag, but entirely made up out of vines, plants, flowers, twigs, foliage, the like. But it seems completely inert.
Markusar would like to approach the stag. Maybe like kneeling down next to it.
Give me a wee perception check.
Just for now, I'm standing over the stag.
Cool.
With my
see
sword
this-
ready in one hand.
You'll see this anyway. 19.
19.
You can see that it looks like it's breathing, though very laboured. Eidolon, you can see a very similar image, almost like it kind of looks strange because obviously it's very construct, it's very natural in terms of what it's made out of, but it looks like it's breathing.
Lord Holland, you're the brains. What do you make of this?
I need a moment.
Understandable.
I don't know, I've not seen anything like this before. I don't even recognise this place.
Could I place a hand on the stag and just kind of like try to like soothe it?
It doesn't seem to react, it doesn't seem to move, but you can feel its almost, I guess, breath, like the pulsing of its neck, the pulsing of its body under your hand as you're moving your hand over it.
Eidolon, you can lower your blade.
I take the sword, spin it around, sheath it, but I'm keeping the arms active in my left hand. More holding it readily over the stag for if it does anything.
I'd like to speak with animals.
Okay.
Imagine having spell slots left.
And I'd like to speak to the stag and say, what do I want to say?
Just whilst Paul thinks, I'd just like to state that I'm essentially readying my reaction for if it moves at all in any gesture up the way, I'm essentially just going to palm it down the way.
I'd like to just say to the stag, it's like, everything was okay. You were not in any danger.
Time
We
seems
are
to
friends. Sorry.
It's alright. Time seems to slow for you, Markusar. The rest of you don't really notice this. You almost seem to freeze as well. As the stag replies, speaking to you. You are here to attack this place.
We came to investigate. the disappearances? Have people been lured here?
Yes, but they're not here. They never were.
Where are they?
We do not know.
What is this place?
This is an ancient place. It's used to house many people. It used to protect many people. I used to protect many people.
Who are you?
I am what remains of someone lost long ago.
I had something I wanted to ask, but it's gone out of my head. Damn, I don't know what I want to say. It's a big moment, Markusar. Come on, focus. Is this place strong with the old faith?
If that is what you call it.
She?
She is one who made me.
Hmm.
I fight to protect this place and the power it holds.
What power is held here?
The last will of she.
What is the last will of she? Sorry if I'm just like repeating whatever you're saying. Markusar is generally like dumbfounded. He has no idea what any of this shit is.
I do not know. She never told me.
Is there more to this place? Could you show me?
It kind of, I guess, moves its head around and kind of almost places its nose against your hand. And you feel a sudden gust of wind, though it's very warm and very pleasant, almost comforting. As when it settles, when the petals kind of clear, the glade that you are in has changed. There's no more ruins, the cobbles aren't overgrown, the stonework isn't cracked or broken, it's almost new and fresh. You hear chattering, giggling, people moving around, their daily lives seemingly almost unaware of what is to befall them in the future, what is going to happen to them, or what happens to this place. You see marble pillars and columns, small houses and thatched roofs, built from the leaves and twigs and twine from around the forest. The glade is bustling with life, and you can see the people who are living here. They don't appear to be druidic, however, I guess taking you a little bit by surprise. They appear very old-fashioned in their dress. I guess similar to, or the only way I can describe it in terms of perhaps something you've seen before, is the tunic and trousers that Eidolon wears in terms of their style. That kind of, I guess, very simple Grecian linens. And the stag kind of shows you itself wandering around the village, wandering around this glade and helping people, helping the sick, attending to the children, just life as it once was. And then as it removes its head from your hands, everything slowly fades, it all starts to crumble and the noise of the populace disappears and returns to tweeting birds.
Thank you for sharing that with me. This place seemed safe.
I tried to keep it safe.
What happened? How long has it been like this?
It has been ruined now for centuries. The Dryads tend to me. They keep this place safe. I put up walls. They maintained the walls when the darkness came. We tried to find it. We tried to fight it. And when that failed, we tried to protect the people.
Craig just had a revelation.
Well, now what they're doing makes sense.
No one wishes to ruin this place anymore.
One does.
Who?
We do not know.
Is it the Lord who has been chopping the trees of the forest?
Their cries sadden me, but their lives lost matters not in protecting this glade.
So the barrier that was made and has been that attacked my friends, is that your protection?
It was made to protect this place. It was there to offer those who followed our song sanctuary and to drive out everything else.
So those who came here are safe?
No one has come here. You are the first.
There have been people following a song throughout the woods. It led people here.
No one has come to my glade. As Markusar, your speak with animals fades.
Okay.
The four of you, and Dorholland, experience the effects of a short rest. So you can quickly process that just now.
Key!
Before I move on to,
you add your con modifier to your hit dice, right?
Yes, you do.
To each one that you roll.
Yeah, so if you rolled 5, you would add your con modifier 5 times.
Poggy.
Before I jump into the last little bit of, I guess, stationary RP for tonight.
Max health.
Max health also.
What's my con?
Also, you get your action surge and shit back.
Yes, I do.
Wait, do I get the short?
You
Do I
also
get the
get a
short
short
rest
rest
as
as well, Markusar.
Cool.
So you can get some hit die back.
Do my arms fade or are my arms still here?
Your arms will fade. And Ranaagash, if you want, you can obviously get some spell slots back.
Yes.
So
The
it's
only
up to
person
you.
we have who doesn't benefit from a short rest as much as Markusar.
Yeah, because a lot of his spells and stuff are long rest.
All of his spells are long rest. He doesn't have any feature that restores on a short rest.
Oh, I didn't leave a space.
Because Ranaagash is a wizard, so he gets the funny spell regeneration. Wulfric is a fighter, so he gets everything. I'm a monk, so funny key.
That's max health again.
Nice. As timer turns to normal, things start to speed up again. The stag is still very laboured in its breath, but it almost looks like nothing has changed, nothing has moved, as perhaps 10-15 minutes have passed. The point
For
that...
myself?
No, for everyone.
Okay, for
As
everyone, sorry.
the almost night sky starts to turn into the new dawn, and you come back from your trance to the sound of someone clapping, almost applauding you.
Do we all hear this?
You do, yes.
What have we been doing during this time, actually?
You guys have all been, like, almost frozen in time, though for you it seems like not a second has gone by. Markusar is the only one who's really felt the time duration, as you guys have come back and you can just hear the...
What direction's it coming from?
From the direction that yourself, Ranaagash, and Wulfric entered. As a voice kind of walking up the cobbles, you can hear the clicking of boots. Just... It seems you're not as useless as I thought, brother.
Alania?
Not only were you able to give me a way into this glade, you also brought me the Guardian on a silver platter.
This bitch.
She set you up.
I asked you where you'd been going. Is this part of your plan?
I have not set foot in this glade, nor have I been here. I did not lie to you, dear brother.
But you omitted several details.
Like you omit several details in everything you tell everyone else. Father taught us both well.
I tell... What I tell people I do to protect the interests of the Green Hand.
No, it's because you're too soft. Just like Father couldn't tell you all of his secrets, and it's why he will never really be your father.
Cut steeps. Can I take a one, whatever, a vicious mockery, please?
1d4?
So, 1d4.
If you don't mind me interrupting you for just a second, Paul, Eidolon would turn to Markusar and just say, "And who would this be?"
This would be my loving sister.
Uh-huh. I see the familial connection already.
She's an elf, is it just the evilness?
It's the maliciousness in the tone.
What do you want from this place, Alania?
If you would be so kind, it would be good if you could step down and get your friends to step away, so that my friends can do what they came here to do.
And who are your friends?
Eidolon, you'll be the first to see them, with your 19 passive perception. They almost look like snakes that start to crawl through the gap in the kind of crumbling vine walls behind her, and start to climb and crawl over the ruins. Though these are, I guess, a bit unusual as they start to catch the rest of your eye, Numbers, you're not too sure, though you can see there's quite a few of them. These very large black snakes that seem to almost crackle like lightning, but seem to be entirely comprised of a very Icarus red and black smoke.
We can all see this.
Yep.
And Eidolon still has his astral arm sort of.
Well, I'm about to activate them again. Actually, yeah.
Would we
In that
recognise
moment,
the snakes as being like his arm.
in that moment, it might help you, Markusar, as I'm assuming I can quickly perk onto what these would be.
They seem very incorporeal to what you're used to, but yes.
Essentially, Eidolon would just essentially stretch his hand out and just snap his fingers as the tendrils would reassume themselves. More aggressively this time, more angry.
Give me 2 seconds.
Third combat of the night. Let's go.
Ranaagash, can you give me a dexterity saving throw?
I can try.
I'm sure Gorky left this for another day.
As you three and obviously Dorhallen watch as Eidolon, the tendrils erupt from his arm again. Alania kind of smirks, stopping in her tracks. She doesn't come any closer to you. But you kind of watch as she not raises a hand, but more takes the hand to her side and just kind of stretches it, opens her palm out. You watch as the ground starts to rumble. It starts to almost break. The cobble starting to split as the kind of tremor in the earth runs to Ranaagash, seems to circle him. Spikes seem to come out of the ground and encase him in an earthen cage.
Great.
Where she just kind of looks at the now 4 of you. And here I was hoping this would be easy. As we will end it there for the night.
Markusar, do you want to kill your sister or can I?
I'll flip you for it.
I'm okay with that.
Operation. Let's murder her.
Please.
Yeah, as this is, well, for 3 of you, your first encounter with Alania Wild, and for Markusar, this is maybe your sister showing her true colours. As
I fucking knew it.
We'll be
Her colours
starting
are purple.
our session on Monday with some more combat.
Let's go. Man, I wish
Please
I
roll
had
better
those
next
slots.
week. Please roll better next week, Paul.
Oh, I hope so. I will fudge dice if it kills me. If I could fudge dice and roll 20 to kill my sister, I might.
You technically can, there's the fudge dice roll setting, but I have no fucking clue how it works.
Ah, well, I'm obviously not going to fudge dice.
As relatively interesting end, I think, for Markusar.
Yes. Fuck.
I don't like your sister, and I just met her.
And I'm going to, first line of the next session is going to be, and you thought I was bad.
Well, now I know who your sister's working with, which is not a great sign.
Dun. But we'll find all of that next time. As perhaps Markusar will get to learn how much his father didn't tell him. But
Maybe your father was the asshole, not you, Paul.
for now, that is goodbye.
Find out next week with session 11.
And goodbye from my boys and a relatively distraught Paul.
That's
Time.
hard.
Bye.
Bye.